Hey peeps, welcome in. It's me, Pigeon Wishes, your resident pigeon fae from the UK. And today, we're doing even more Paranormasight. This is probably what we're going to be doing until I complete this game, if I'm completely fucking honest with you, other than tomorrow, which is for the spooky girls, because Thursdays are for the spooky girls. Hi Mura, hi Maud. How's everyone doing tonight? I'm doing good. I had a chill day today, and didn't get up to much. Started planning some more D&D art. And that's kinda all I've been up to. All I've been up to today. What is that one? No. Oof. I hope your ankle feels better soon, Mira. Honestly, I've been not up to much today. Today's just been me wanting to play more of this game. And also, like, planning out what we're going to play after this game. Oh, hi Mixor. Welcome in, Han. I'm doing well. I hope other than the ankle, everything's alright though, Mira. Currently, I'm in the process of trying to find where the fuck my thing is, because I remember these being in the wrong place. There it is. There it is. Because I wanted that up here. I had to make them slightly bigger. Stoney's doing alright, thank you for asking. He's just chilling. We're getting ready to do detective-y sort of mermaid stuff again. Ready to do detective-y mermaid stuff again. Yay! Points! Points towards VIP. Points towards VIP. Honestly, I didn't play it after we finished last night because there was no more diving to do. So we're in a good spot today to just pick up from where we did yesterday. And then tomorrow is Stardew with the spooky girls. Although not Elwyn, because Elwyn's busy in the WoW expansion that comes out tonight. She's busy with the WoW expansion that comes out tonight. And for the next foreseeable future, she will be busy. Which is fair. That's totally fair enough. That's why I was so excited about this game when it came out last week, on the weekend. Like, I've been so excited for this game. It's not really any mystery to me why I'd be playing it. Oh, Mort, yeah, no. Like, they killed off basically the entire... So, recap for those who missed yesterday. We did some side stuff to get more of the delinquent bird stickers. We have been going through the non-Japanese characters sort of stuff yesterday. For most of it, I would say we spent going through the two foreign psychics sort of storyline. And then during that, we've got some theories about who the curses might be. And partway through halfway through the stream, basically the entire village were killed in one shot by one of the curses being activated on every single woman in the village. But from what we understand, it's not that the curse specifically targets women, it's that, like, the person who is in control of the curse specifically made it target the women. And I think it's probably to do with the fact that they're all armor divers, which is why the main character, or quote-unquote the main character, Yuzu, last episode had his head cut off, because he's also an armor diver. Meaning it probably was going to also affect Yushiki, but she was probably just died after him in that timeline. But let's get back into it. Let's chill with the people. So we have a couple places we can go. We could keep going with Arnav, or we could go with Sato. Who are we feeling? Are we feeling more of the people we had yesterday? Or Sato, a character who last episode had the samurai curse used on her, but her wounds instantly healed and she was brought back to life. So she's suspicious as fuck. But we could go for any of them today. Any of the ones that aren't darkened out. I'm personally thinking it might be good to start with Sato. But then it might also be good to go with Avi to get it all up to the same point in time. It depends. Do we want more backstory? Because theirs is feeling very backstory heavy. You learn a lot about stuff from notes, like the files and stuff, in Avi's sort of route. So I'm hoping Sato is less of that and more of horror, suspense stuff. Yeah, you're feeling Sato too? Let's do Sato. Sato Shiragami, a mysterious girl with an unknown background who just arrived in Kamishima several months ago, returns to the home of Shinobu Wakamura, where she is staying after having been out all morning.
Oh, Mr. Wakamura.
Oh, I have auto on. I don't want auto. Okay, let me get that back, because I had auto on from when I was spam clicking things at the end to get to that achievement.
Oh, Mr. Wakamura, good morning.
Oh, Sato. Oh, Sato, you're back. Where have you been? No, that's not the voice I was doing for him. What was I doing for him last time? Southern. I was doing a Southern, weren't I? He went very old, but then, like, at some point went kind of cowboy. Yeah, I think that was the voice I was doing for him. Yeah.
Oh, I've been helping you at Suyu's place.
And that thing you got there, Suyu gave you that?
Oh, this hand mirror. I just ran into Kiku down the road. She gave it to me.
Could it be to do with the mirror? Oh. Oh, actually, could it be? Yeah, all my old people voices went southern at some point, and now I've got to get back to that. I've got to get back in that state of mind. Okay, it take me a while to get the voices back. But could it potentially be that it's whoever's carrying around a mirror is someone who got slashed? There's a couple different things that it could be. Fine, no matter. You got a moment? I got something important to discuss.
Oh, alright.
I think that's close. I think that's close.
Mr. Wakamura, the head of the family, and his son, Jotaro, are the only two actually living in this house right now. Oh, and me, I suppose. Though, I'm just freeloading here. The family's main home has already been moved over to the mainland, so everyone else lives over there. This house is only used when they're staying on the island. Mr. Wakamura only comes a few days a week, and Shotaro usually lives alone in Tokyo. So honestly, I've been here all alone more often than not.
Yeah, she gave any old Amadivers a boat, but she also gave the main character and his friend a mirror too. I said boat, I meant mirror. So all the Amadivers got one for free. And that's why I'm like, And it's the kind of item that more women would carry around with them. So it's not a bad theory to think that maybe it's the mirrors.
It's a flag featuring the island's mascot, Kamishimaru. These were made as original souvenirs for tourists on Kamishima. Seems like the triangle pennant flags like this one are a classic souvenir at tourist spots all over the country. This one was apparently put up by Kikyo, who just wouldn't take no for an answer.
I want to have a mooch around his house because I get the distinct feeling.
This is where Mr. Wakamura grew up. Apparently it's been kept much as it was, no major renovations. For someone in such a high position, the place really isn't all that fancy. It's not so different from any other homes on the island. People like that about him, makes him feel more approachable.
I feel like there's going to be a bird sticker here, right? We can look around. There he is! We found 10 mockingbird stickers. I knew... You can always tell when you're in a first-person perspective in this game. That's when you should be looking for the stickers. What's this thing? I don't know what that thing is.
The Wakamuras have a lot of social obligations, so they're usually out. This means that the kitchen doesn't see much use these days. I'm probably the one who uses it the most. Even then, I don't cook anything fancy. I mostly just fillet fish. We can get fresh seafood often, so I'm getting better at filleting by the day. It tastes good.
The shrine. We can look at the shrine. That's important.
Despite the house often being empty, the household shrine is always kept neat and tidy.
It might be a fly net thing, actually. The detail in these backgrounds is fucking so good, though, right? It's like fucking crazy how much detail they put into everything. What have you got to say about him?
The Shinobu Wakamura. He's kind enough to take me in when I was found here. He holds a bunch of posts both on and off the island, and from what I hear, he has a lot of influence. First glance, he can look a bit intimidating, and I've also heard him shouting at subordinates all over the phone. So, well, I guess he can actually be rather intimidating too. But with me, he's never been harsh. He's always been very generous and patient.
Sato, it's been, what, about 3 months since you arrived?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
You gotten used to life here by now, I expect. Don't suppose you remember anything yet?
No, nothing yet.
Still ain't sure who you are, then. Let's think it back a bit. About 3 months ago on the night of the earthquake. Oh, that's sus. That's sus as fuck. I happened to pass by the bay, where I found you washed up on the shore. Right.
Right, I still can't remember how that came to be.
Scared me good, to tell you that. Grabbed the blanket and carried you back here right away. But even after you woke up, didn't remember anything but your name. You didn't have any belongings either. It was like you'd run from somewhere with nothing at all, not even clothes.
I'm so sorry you had to find me like that.
Not to mention you didn't seem to know a thing about everyday life. Right now, they're hard pushing the theory that she's a mermaid, but doesn't remember being a mermaid. Right? That's where... Oh, I think he thinks she's a mermaid or something, right? Somebody thinks she's a mermaid. Maybe it's me. Maybe I think she's a mermaid. Just, like, in the back of my head. Currently, there's 2 theories with her, in particular, in my brain. Either she's the immortal nun that keeps being brought up that accidentally ate mermaid flesh and was just wandering around for like 800 odd years, not aging, not doing anything because she's immortal. And she's forgotten her memories, or is pretending to have forgotten her memories, could be either. Or she's a mermaid who's made herself human. Either one of those 2 theories could be it right now. She's sus as fuck anyway, because we know that she can instantly heal herself from death. Maybe you grew up way out in the hills or overly sheltered, but you couldn't even put clothes on properly and you didn't know how to turn the lights on, as if you didn't know the first damn thing.
Yes, but since then I've watched loads of TV. I've learned so much. Honestly, I'm kind of impressed at how fast I managed to pick everything up.
That's leading credence to mermaid theory. Either way, I figured you were a special case and that there had to be in some special circumstance. So I decided to say you were a relative of mine and keep you here until you remembered something. You still ain't remembered a thing.
That's right, I'm sorry for the trouble.
So he's a good guy. I think in general he's a good guy. He wants to stop the roaring waves from happening. He doesn't know about the sword curse, so he couldn't have done anything about that when that happened in the future. But he knows about the roaring waves, he wants to stop it. He's taken in this girl who has no memories and washed up randomly for just because I think he's just a good person. From what I'm gathering, he looks rough, and he's associated with the guy who wants to create immortality to give to everyone. And that's he has good intentions, but is a bit of a dickhead. This guy, I think, has just got good intentions. I was really hoping you remember something by now. I'm running out of time. We need to move on.
Running out of time?
Sorry, Seto. Something I need you to do.
Me? But I can hardly do anything right.
Yes, you. Stop dancing around it. I had a reason for taking you in. Put it plainly, Seto. You aren't human, are you?
Huh? Where did that come from? What's that supposed to mean?
Whether you can't remember or you're just playing dumb, enough is enough. I ain't told a soul on the island, not even Shoulder Road.
Told them what?
Oh, so he does think she's a mermaid. That night when I found you washed up at the bay, you were already dead.
What?
I've seen my share of drowned bodies before, but you had no pulse and you weren't breathing. You were without a doubt nothing but a corpse. Nothing here could have saved you. I figured that was that. Turned around, called the police. But then, right before my eyes, your body mended itself and you started breathing again. Rest is as I told you before. When I said you scared me good, that was because you suddenly came back to life. I only took you in because I realized there was no way you could be a regular human.
I don't know what to say. Are you saying I can come back to life if I die?
Do you really not know what you are?
Or maybe it's like in that movie. The one with the zombies? Maybe I'm one of those.
Don't look right enough to be a zombie to me, but honestly you can call it whatever you want. He thinks she's a mermaid, I think. I think she's that nun. And she's lost her memories. The immortal nun.
I did wonder why you took me in and treated me so well. I guess if you knew, if I died and came back, the reason you were being so kind was...
Well, yes. I want to know your secret. If I can figure out how you came back, it'd be worth a fortune.
Right, makes sense.
Don't mean I wanted to be rough with you. But I must let you settle in. Once you remembered, we talk.
Ah, that was very gentlemanly of you, thank you.
Well, I did wonder whether that was a one-off thing or something you could do again and again. I even thought about taking a blade to you to test it. But if it was really a one-off thing, that would have been too risky, so I decided to wait and see.
Right, maybe not as gentlemanly as I thought.
Anyway, things have changed now. There's no time to be kind anymore. I'm out of options. This is an emergency. But I don't want things to get ugly. First, I want you to hear me out, okay?
Alright.
Ever since I was a young'un, I've had the support from a certain benefactor. Getting this far in one lifetime, all my money, connection, success, was all thanks to his backing and advice.
Uh-huh. Why bring this up now?
Be quiet and listen. Those who I'm calling Unicadano. That'll give him to those elevated above the clouds. That's how highly we regard him.
Elevated above the clouds? Sounds pretty important.
Sure is. It's from an old noble family. Real big shot with land and business all across the prefecture. Anyway, I met with him yesterday. I ended up telling him about you.
About me?
I figured nobody would believe me even though I told them about a girl that could resurrect herself from the dead. Just mentioned it in passing. Expected him to laugh it off and move on. To my surprise, O'Donnell was real interested in asking all kinds of things.
I don't like where this is going.
I haven't even said the bad yet.
Maybe, but it sounds like you're about to say he wants you to hand me over to him or something like that.
Well, you're not wrong. Unicadano demanded I give you to him.
I knew it.
Won't take no for an answer, even putting a deal on the table that was hard to refuse.
You still told him no, right? I know you were strong enough to tell him no. Okay, your silence is scaring me now. What's half-face supposed to mean?
It seemed that Unicadano has quietly been researching immortality for years.
Huh? Immortality?
He's pretty serious about it too, says even the smallest rumors are worth looking into. Last year, when all that right of resurrection nonsense was going on in Tokyo, he used the opportunity to gather information.
I've never heard of that. Was it a big thing?
If I'd have known he'd be so interested, I wouldn't have never brought you up.
So you're saying I couldn't refuse him?
Anyway, let's just say I'm a bit of a situation with no easy way out now. It would be better if there was a way to not have to take the deal, so I pleaded with him before he gave me more time.
I knew you'd come through, thank you.
Which brings me to what I need to ask you, Sato. If you stop hiding things and tell me everything you know, I won't make this harder than it has to be. Tell me, have you heard people on the island talk about the curse of the raging waves?
The raging waves? That doesn't sound like a very nice curse.
So you ain't heard of it. Let me explain.
Wait, so the disaster 5 years ago, that was all because of this curse? It was created from the lingering resentment of all those people who died in Taishima 400 years ago? If that's true, it must be a very powerful curse.
No doubt about that.
No doubt.
That's where you come in, Sato. I believe you're the one calling the curse down upon us. You're the raging waves curse bearer.
You can't be serious.
Timing fits perfectly. Things started taking a turn from reverse right after you arrived. More than anything, I know you're not human. Just admit it, you're the one bringing this goddamn curse to the island.
Absolutely not. I don't know anything about it. I swear you've got the wrong person.
Was willing to wait until I understood how you came back to life, but now I'm out of time. Whether you don't know it or just plain dumb, don't care anymore. I just need you to get rid of the goddamn curse. If you do, never mention any of this again. You can keep living here, watching as much TV as you like, cover for you as long as you need.
But I...
What? That is... What is the correct option here? Because the real answer is she can't, because I don't think she's the one causing it. I don't think we've met the person that's causing it yet, in my opinion. Because none of the people we've met so far, like, they don't fit the bill. And you can't use a curse like that unintentionally. You have to know you're doing it. If it's anything like the first game, at least, you have to know that you're using the curse to do the curse. It's like an intentional choice you choose to do. You can't do it accidentally like that. So, like... I don't think she's the curse user. But what is the correct thing to say here? Because she can't. But if she says she can't, then, like, we'll have to go for both. We'll start with very well, because that's what he wants to hear.
Pretty well, I'll get rid of the curse.
Knew it. How's it done?
Well, I don't know yet, but I will by tomorrow, I promise.
But if you don't know, then I just can't rely on that. So even the one who brought this curse upon us don't know how to let it rest. I suppose I have no choice but to take Unacadonal's deal and hand you over. You see, Unacadonal claims he already knows how to break the curse of the raging waves.
Oh, why would he know that?
I warned him about the curse many times. Suppose he must have dug into it. He's bullshitting, by the way. He won't know how to stop it. The immortality guy that we met in the Japanese psychics storyline, it's the same old man as that. He doesn't know fucking shit. He doesn't believe in any of this. He thinks this is all bullshit. So no. He's lying to you. He doesn't know how to stop it. I suppose you'll have to be an offering to Unacadonal. Only necessary to save Kamishima.
An offering? You mean like a sacrifice? In this day and age? Surely there's a way to save Kamishima that doesn't involve killing anyone. We can find a more human ring.
Really think we just hand over that information while he's still got leverage? Use your head. If you can't help, then refusing his method of lifting the curse ain't on the table anymore. That means there has to be a price, just how the deals work in the business world. I'm liking him less.
I don't care about the business world.
Come on now, you think you have a trust?
Yes, I don't want to give my body up to someone who's researching immortality. He could kill me.
Best thing, there's no need for you to worry about that. You won't stay dead. You'll live through whatever happens, won't you?
I refuse. I promise I have to keep, no matter what.
You? All y'all do is eat, sleep, watch TV all day. What promise can you possibly have to keep?
Well, I can't say not right now.
What nonsense. You're just trying to say whatever to save yourself. You realize you're choosing to stand against protecting everyone on the island from disaster. Do you really want that on your conscience? Not to mention, you're the cause of this mess to begin with. It's time for you to take responsibility.
No, that's not true. You're blaming the wrong person.
You live here and eat at our expense for months, then refuse the one request? Unbelievable.
I'm sorry, but I don't know what else to say.
The handover is at tomorrow night on the 8th. Transport boat will slip out of the port. Till then, do as you like. And don't bother trying to escape the island. I'm told the ferry not to let you aboard. If no one on this island, my eyes don't reach. If I'd have done this 5 years ago, maybe I could have stopped it. Won't make the same mistake.
Oh no, this is awful. Is he serious? He wants to use me as a sacrifice. I mean, it's true. I'm in no position to refuse, but there's no way. What do I do? What can I do? I'm going out for a bit.
Fine, talk to whoever you want. Won't change a thing. No one here will divide my decision. Kamishima Coast.
I packed and came all the way out here, but what am I supposed to do? Whatever happens, I still have to keep the promise I made to Uka yesterday.
Hey, Sato.
Huh?
Finally caught up. Do you have a minute?
Shut her up. Good timing. I had something I want to ask you too.
Oh, go ahead.
The white beach lies on the southern side of the island. It's blanketed by the sound of waves.
I thought I saw something then. But it might just be because I'm looking for something in the ocean.
The sea's so calm today, just like yesterday. It's hard to believe the curse could do anything to break this solace. I believe that rock on the coast is called Sojo Iwa. It means something like thousand-fold rock. It's a bit of a local landmark.
Okay, we've had a look, enough for stickers and also weird Easter eggs.
Zero came back from Tokyo about 2 weeks ago to visit a family here. I was already staying at Wakame residence. That's when we first met. Ever since that, he's been checking in on me a lot, like he's really concerned about me.
Your topic. Oh right, so I wanted to let you know. Sorry, I overheard your conversation with my old man earlier.
Wait, you did? How much did you hear?
Pretty much the whole thing, I think. The house really has paper-thin walls. I heard about the curse, the sacrifice, and you coming back to life.
Yeah, you pretty much heard everything.
Honestly, it caught me completely off guard. Can't believe my old man's going on about all that. So ridiculous. I mean, who actually buys into that kind of superstition? But don't worry, Sato. I won't let him do this. I'm on your side. There's no place for something as ridiculous as sacrifices in this day and age. I still don't trust him. He's very sus. The swimming boy is very suspicious to me. I don't trust his popped collar and fancy hairdo. The popped collar is especially suspicious. Never trust someone who has a popped collar. Oh right, I almost forgot. You had something you wanted to talk about too, didn't you?
Yes. I know this is a bit sudden, but I was wondering if you had some time later this afternoon.
What for? You inviting me to something?
Not exactly, just something a little complicated I want to talk about.
Can we just talk right here and now?
No, I mean, I still need some time to prepare.
I think I see how it is. You sure this is the time for that, though? Don't you have bigger things to worry about?
Oh, yes, but even so, I really want you to be there. It's important.
Alright, I'll be there. Just tell me when and where.
Thank you. How about 1 p.m. down by the bay?
Got it. I'll be there. Or does he like Sato, actually? That might be it, is that he likes Sato and Sato's best friend likes him. And Sato doesn't care either way. Anyway, you don't need to worry, Sato. I'll be your knight in shining armor. You're not going to be sacrificed or anything.
That's really reassuring. Thank you.
Honestly, in a world with science as advanced as ours, talk of curses, sacrifices, and immortality, it's just nonsense. I think my old man has finally lost it. Pretty sure it's all the influence of that so-called sorcerer from Tokyo. Honestly, it's disgraceful.
Yeah, it's a bit out of hand.
Just so you know, after hearing all that, I confronted him and gave him a pretty firm piece of my mind.
Wait, you did? You spoke to Mr. Wakamura?
Sure did. I told him flat out that you weren't going to be a sacrifice for anything. Yeah, so Sato, her promise and the reason she doesn't want to leave the island to be sent to the other guy yet is because she made a promise to the other girl that she would help her ask him out. Like, because the other girl's into Shotaro, and so she promised her that she'd help her write him a love letter and then get him into a location so that she could give him the love letter. And then later on in the timeline, as a different character, we see that girl bawling her eyes out. And I think it's because he turns her down. Things got pretty heated after that.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. You don't have to get that far for me.
Well, you see, I actually have my own reason for not wanting to lose you to some silly sacrifice.
Huh?
Sato,
Yes?
I'll be direct. Oh no. Once this whole mess is over, would you consider dating me with marriage in mind?
Huh? Wait, what? You and me? I didn't see that one coming.
Huh? I said... he was direct. Good for him. You carry yourself so much more calmly than other girls. There's something elegant and almost regal about you. Such a pleasure to see. I feel like I'd do anything if it was for you. You're the first woman that's ever made me feel this way. I think us meeting here has to be fate. We were destined to find each other.
Oh, wow, You don't believe in curses, but you believe in fate?
Touché, but this time I feel like I have no choice but to believe. So listen, I'm heading back to Tokyo next week. I was hoping you'd come with me.
Wow, Tokyo?
Just think it over, okay? I think it'll be a great chance for you.
Oh,
Another hard decision. Sato is just full of hard decisions. They're putting this girl through the fucking ringer. First she's told she's going to be turned into a human sacrifice by giving her to an creepy old man who's probably going to dissect her to check if she's immortal. And now she's got, like, her best friend's the guy that her best friend is into has asked her to date him with plans to marry her. Oop. Sato, my girl, they're putting you through it. I'm gonna go sorry.
That's not fair, dropping that on me right after saying he'd save me. I'm really not interested. I should nip this in the bud before it becomes a problem down the line. I'm sorry. What? What did you just say? Wait, what? Tsukasa? How long have you been there?
Oh, I didn't know you were there, Tsukasa. You've been eavesdropping on our secret conversation. That's not very polite.
Secret conversation? So that's really how it is? Sato, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Tsukasa, no, that's not what you think. I really am the worst. Sorry, I was so clueless. Tsukasa, wait.
What the hell was that?
I'm sorry, I have to go.
Oh, and it's so sweet as well because Tsukasa doesn't blame Sato. Oh, so the timeline's being adjusted so that everything actually is in the correct time space now. So these events happened earlier in the timeline. This makes sense, yeah. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Okay, game. Okay, game. I get what you're playing at. But no, Sato doesn't like him, from what I can gather. Like, she has no feelings for him whatsoever. So, is it worth sticking with Sato's route now? Or do we go back to Avi's? Because of how much further back in the timeline it is. Because this has just pushed all this stuff way further into the future than all of this. And I imagine this is going to get pushed into the future further again. Right? Like, this is going to get pushed further into the future again at a later date, because these happen way before this. Because this one, they haven't started going to this island yet by this point. That's like a day, another day between these two events. Because they book the ferry here to go to here. So this is the day after this. So this timeline's going to get changed around again. Maybe, yeah, I'm thinking we go for Avi. Just to go for the furthest point in the past we have. Because this stuff... So this is the first point in the timeline we have so far. This is the oldest thing we have in the timeline. This is before any of the stuff happens. So I think we're going to have to go here. I'd love to not have to do Avi for a little bit, but I feel like just because their stuff is so far in the past compared to everyone else's. Now then, I believe it's time we discuss our strategy.
Sure. What do you mean by strategy?
I need to get our voices back. It should be obvious. We just reflect on what we've learned if we want to move forward. This is a sketch of a mermaid mummy I found on our family storage. Bringing it along would have been out of the question, so I settled on just bringing a sketch.
Oh, that's right.
Oh no, that was him. I still haven't toured Sosu, why I'm searching for mermaids. Porcelain ashtray that came with the room. Always like the ashtrays like these I've found just about everywhere, so one can smoke without any worries. That being said, I've noticed people outside still simply dropping their cigarettes onto the ground. Well, I wasn't a smoker to begin with. Investigate bedroom for bird sticker. Investigate bedroom for bird sticker. No bird sticker. Some of the notes I've taken, the information in them is not very substantive and likely of no use. My bag, a faithful travel companion of several decades. It's a poster advertising the island of Kamishima.
I'd like to pay a visit to the remote islands like that. Its name's intriguing too.
Ah, Kame means turtle, doesn't it? Each room is equipped with a mosquito trap. They tend to come in through the windows on hot days. It's a neat contraption. You just have to plug it in and place it and it will kill any nearby mosquitoes. Traps like these are reliable, as well as easier and safer than combustible type, so they've gotten quite popular. Hanging squirrel perfectly complements the tatami room.
This room may not have a dedicated alcove, but the scroll there still really ties the room together. Oh, lovely.
Okay, so those notes are the same. Those notes are the same as the ones on the floor. They're included as one thing.
This map looks really quite old.
Exactly. It's also the precise reason I've come to Mie. To put it simply, this is no ordinary map. This is a mermaid treasure map.
Mermaid treasure map?
Allow me to explain.
Oh, this is the business card from the guy we met earlier.
It is. Managed to glean some surprisingly good information from that exchange. Oh? Wait. No. What the fuck is this timeline? What the fuck is this timeline? Because I thought that this was all happening way earlier. What the fuck is this timeline? When is the Japanese psychics happening? First things first, let's head back to the inn. From there we can plan our next move. Pardon me, but would the lovely lady and the handsome gentleman be willing to spare me a moment? Oh no, actually, I'm no longer confused. I thought that this was a different point in the timeline where he does that exact same pose. With a very similar background. Oh, why yes, the gentleman does have some time.
I suppose that makes me the lady, huh? Oh, it's you! You've been following us for quite some time.
Huh? He has? For how long?
Since the Easy Grand Shrine, I believe.
Truly. Maybe you should try to keep me appraised of things like this in the future, Cersei. It appears that I wasn't stealthy as I thought. My apologies for the indiscretion. But you see, the two of you piqued my interest. Foreigners in Easy Bay searching for mermaids. You overheard everything? How embarrassing.
Happy Harry won't lessen the embarrassment.
But how rude of me. How rude of me. I ought to introduce myself. I'm an event planner here in Ise City. My name is Kipe Ikoma. That's a name we've heard before. Where was that name from? Where have we heard Kipe Imako, that name? Where have we heard that name? Fucking here! This, I knew we'd heard that name before. He's one of the skeletons. When the fuck is this in the timeline? Or are some of the skeletons having time travel bullshit happen to them? Or is this guy lying about his name? Because he doesn't look like him at all. This is Kipe Ikoma. That guy just called himself Kipe Ikoma. He's using the same name as one of the skeletons in that underwater trench. The most recent skeleton in the underwater trench. That was dug up by the psychics. So either something weird's happening here. I think he's lying about... it's got to be that he's lying about his name, because he doesn't look like the sketch either. And it was confirmed that the sketch is incredibly accurate. So who are you? And why are you pretending to be a dead man? This is the one time that my fucking short-term memory actually works. And it's for something cool. Oh, a fancy business card and everything. What a charming fellow. Let's see. Sala planning, huh? Says here that you're the CEO. I'm actually the only employee, so the title doesn't mean much. I see. I apologize for the rudeness, but I actually just ran out of business cards of my own.
Did you ever have any?
I heard you need to carry business cards in Japan, but if you want to avoid looking suspicious, but I still forgot to bring any. But the freewheeling and the forgetful man before you goes by the name Arnav Burnham, fantasy author who is merely passing through. Do you believe me, or am I too suspicious? Without a business card for proof, the verdict is yours alone to make. Hi, Weep. Biscuit. Welcome in, hun. Yeah, we've decided that Abby is, in fact, the world's largest himbo. He's the world's biggest himbo. The fact that he makes the fucking noises out loud. This man makes his own sound effects, and we love that for him. I also just missed that. So you're an author, Mr. Burnham. Please call me Abby. He's very good. All the characters in this so far have been very good. Like, people have been like left and right claiming people as their husbands and wives in my chat. Mort, for example, has decided that, what's his name? We only really just started for today, so I'm not remembering people's names. It's not my fault. Soda. Like, Mort has fully decided that Soda is his husband. I've decided that a lot of the characters are very good. But he is a lovable himbo. This is Cersei. She has studied more Japanese history than even the average Japanese citizen.
It's a pleasure. If you'd like, I can list the top 100 of Issei's best features at any time.
I came to the realization that this guy's a fucking liar. Oh, I think he's a fucking liar. 'Cause he's using the name of a guy who I think is already dead at this point in time. Because he's got the same name as the skeleton, or the body found in the trench. So no spoilers, by the way, this is a blind playthrough. This is my first blind playthrough of this game. Obviously it only just come out. But, like, I know people play things in different orders. This guy's really fucking suspicious. Really suspicious. 'Cause why is he using the name of a guy who's already dead? Unless something happened and the body just, like... Because we know the mermaid bodies rapidly turn into mummies. But I don't think it's the same thing as the mermaid bodies. Because the people killed in the trench weren't to do with the mermaid curse. Or the fish curse, I mean. They're to do with the sword curse. So is he the sword curse user, potentially? Here's my number one suspect for sword curse user at this point. He also does have a very washed out face. Aren't you a delight? I was right to take an interest in the two of you. Actually, he might have the same face. Let me get the file back up. Oh, thank you for the follow, Weeb. Oh, yeah. Wee Biscuit. Well, actually, no, the skeleton wasn't even 6 months old. The skeleton was 5 years old. I think the skeleton was 5 years old. I will look at it again. We'll look when we have a look at this now. The seabed skeletons. Victim's identity. Their most recent body dates to about 6 years ago. Yes, the most recent body, and the name that this guy is using, which is Kipe Okoma, he went missing 6 years ago. And we know for a fact that the body is him. Because the psychic is the one that sketched his face, and he's got that psychic ability that allows him to perfectly sketch a dead person's face. So why are you pretending to be a dead guy? You're suspicious. You're incredibly suspicious, and also you have an evil face, an evil anime face. You very evil anime face. Forgive me for my bluntness, but would you mind sparing me a few moments? I'd love to talk a little longer. I suppose that can be arranged. Gus the Windcase's lovely observation deck. What thought she was totally absorbed in our sightseeing, and she noticed we were being tailed. Impressive if I do say so myself. What do you think, Cersei?
Feels like a scammer who targets foreign tourists.
Quite the blunt one, aren't you, young lady? I also don't know if it's minor foreshadowing that his tie, the pattern on his tie, specifically here, is a pattern used to represent the ocean traditionally. In kimono making, to my knowledge, as someone who who did printmaking as part of their degree, that pattern specifically is used traditionally to represent ocean waves. Which could just be because we're by the ocean. But it could also be like suspicious foreshadowing. So this young man is actually a CEO. Now I'm not sure if I'd call him young. His gaze is a piercing quality to it, and there's something off about his smile. Everything about him feels older than he looks.
The truth is, I'm currently planning a promotional tourism campaign for the Ise-Shima region. I was thinking of using mermaid legends as the current centerpiece of the campaign.
Mermaids, huh?
I'm sure you're already quite aware of the mermaid legends of Ise Bay, yes? I thought we could hold events and exhibitions centered around such legends to attract tourists.
I see, so that's why you're interested in mermaids.
Additionally, the Ise-Shima region is famous for its pearls. I believe mermaids and pearls naturally complement one another. True, there is a lot of famous legend that a mermaid's tears turn into pearls when they are washed away with the ocean.
Oh, such a story would do wonders for diving tourism in the area. Does this project mean you are knowledgeable about mermaids in Ise then, Mr. Ikoma?
I suppose it does. I know a fair bit. For example, there are some mermaid legends that most people have never heard of.
Oh, do share.
A long time ago, there was an island south of Kamishima, known as Tashima. Have you heard of it?
I'm afraid I haven't.
Rings a bell. It's also called Taishima by some. That's absolutely right. It's said that there once upon a time 3 mermaids lived on Taishima.
Wow, 3 of them. Tell me, were they human mermaids or fish mermaids?
Human mermaids? Well, I suppose their upper bodies were humans. I suppose you could describe them as such.
I see. Then that would separate them from the 3 mermaids discovered in Betsuo during the Heian period.
This is the first I've heard this tale. However, Taishima sunk about 400 years ago during a natural disaster. The mermaids seem to have vanished after that.
What? That's such a shame.
Regardless, it is said the 3 mermaids were named Sobe, Nagame, and Hayase.
So the mermaids were named too, huh? That definitely adds to the authenticity of the story.
I mean, Mr. Ikoma, I never came across such concrete information. Where did you learn this?
I don't blame you. I started doing fucking Abby's voice for that man then.
I don't blame you for questioning my sources. I also haven't managed to find any records of this tale. You see, the story was passed down through word of mouth. As it turns out, there was a single man who managed to escape the island's destruction. His descendants have kept the island alive.
Uh-huh. So it's one of those descendants you heard the story from?
That's right. They live a modest, private life these days. When the story comes straight from a descendant like that, it does lend some credibility.
There really were mermaids on Taishima 400 years ago. That could provide us valuable new information. I would love to inquire deeper about these Taishima mermaids. If you don't mind, could you share the identity of this descendant you speak of? My apologies, but I'm afraid I cannot oblige. She is not the friendliest sort, frankly. Even I have got trouble getting her to open up. No matter how many times I visit her, I always feel like I'm only getting part of the story. I see. That's a real shame. Now, this may not be much consolation, but I have another interesting rumour from this descendant to share. Oh, I'm all ears. It concerns one of the rumoured Taishima mermaids. You said that. A few decades ago, one of those mermaids turned human, and now lives among us. No kidding.
She became human?
Does ring a bell, though. That's exactly like the story of the Little Mermaid. An exciting discovery.
You say this is only a few decades ago. That does make it quite recent. This former mermaid could even be walking among the people here as we speak.
If the story is true, then yes. However, I'll concede that even I find the story hard to believe. It is a little fantastical. By the way, may I ask why you're searching Ise Bay for mermaids, Abby? No particular reason. I just thought it'd be fun to wander through some sightseeing areas related to mermaid folklore, that's all. I see. Well, since you've traveled all the way to Japan to sightsee, I'd love to ask you some questions. Is there anything missing from the areas you visited that might have made your trip more enjoyable? What about those photo spots you put your face in?
Oh, I know those. I love them.
Really? Are they that interesting? They're a Japanese tourism classic. It would be nice to see more of them.
Really, if I saw one, I would certainly take a photo with it. Oh, and please sell more of those little pennant flags. I can't resist them.
I see. I truly appreciate the input, but perhaps things are fine as they are. Should you discover anything new regarding the area's mermaids, please let me know. Understood. We hope you do the same for us. Amazing! A brand new mermaid legend.
The real question is why?
Why?
There's a long history of people making up legends to drive tourism. The stories linger on despite their veracity being entirely unverifiable.
I suppose. Is something the matter?
It's nothing.
It's nothing. Well, it's about time for us to get going. Yes, of course, thank you. I apologize again for taking so much of your time. Actually, since you've come all the way to Japan... If anything happens to you during your vacation here, or you need any other help at all, please feel free to give me a call. I'm quite familiar with all sorts of businesses in the area. For example, I could put you in touch with someone who are you looking to interview some ama divers. Oh really? That's very kind. You're not just saying that as formality, are you? A free-spirited lad like myself will not hesitate to take you up on that offer. I will call you. Please do not hold back. I'll leave you two to your sightseeing. Please have a good time. Oh! Sudden realization. Is the suspicious boat trip where Avi goes out on the boat with Yuza's mum, him getting her to dive for whatever this treasure he's looking for is, and whatever the treasure he's looking for is the cursed object that turns people into fish. And so it's whenever someone interacts with that object that they get turned into a fish like a fish person. And the reason that they die partway through the process of turning into a fish is because they drown. Because they're no longer able to swim correctly. And so their human part, they always tend to drown when it gets to the shoulders, right? So ideally, I think for that curse, the ideal thing is for the whole person to turn into a fish. But do you think it's potentially that the curse is being used in the wrong environment now? Or the item that curses people is too far under the water, so the people drown before they can fully turn? And that's why you've got so many, like, partial of the cursed. There's going to be an explanation for why the fish curse, from what we've seen, is being described as if it turns the person into a whole fish, is only turning people into partial fish in this area. And I think it's got to be, and we know it's because the person who has been turning into the fish dies before it can be completed. If mermaids really did live on Taishima, it's certainly worth investigating. I found this mermaid treasure map in the family storage. You should explain it to Cersei. Talk about the map. I found this map in the old family storage. It was left behind by my great-grandmother.
Is she your great-grandmother? If she's your great-grandmother, that would make her my great-grandmother's sister. I heard she was exiled from the Lunalight family because of her eccentricities.
That's correct. She was quite fond of the occult and amassed a number of suspicious curios over her lifetime. As a child, I loved searching through the storehouse that housed her collection. It was a treasure hunt of wonders, a demon's tale, a yeti's bone, a book of black magic, Ogopogo's tooth, a piece of a UFO, a crystal skull. Couldn't vouch for any of it was authentic, but was still so exciting to look through. Most of those were like Indiana Jones or Lara Croft references. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You know, I did have the thought when we first saw Avi in Yuzu's timeline. I was like, that man, he's an Indiana Jones. They just took Indiana Jones and plopped him into the Vidya game. They made Indiana Jones a himbo and plopped him into the Vidya game. Actually, no, it's more like they took Indiana Jones and Grant from the first Jurassic Park, fused them together, and put him in the Vidya game. Because he has got the face and hair of Grant from the first Jurassic Park. It's no exaggeration when I say that this is the very storehouse is what led me down the path of becoming a fantasy author.
I suppose that's kind of formative experience the occult writer needs.
Just so. I have to thank my great-grandmother. She's the reason I can put food on the table. And among the items in their collection was this.
I see, a mermaid mummy.
Precisely. They were rather prevalent as trash shows, and all the like around the world were in the 19th century. Mermaid mummies from Japan were quite popular because of their high quality. A number of them even made their way to Europe.
Huh.
This one has probably made its way to the family storage around that time. It was probably passed down from one seller to another, until they ended up in my great-grandmother's hands.
How are you so sure it was made in Japan?
Well, you can see I gave this mummy a thorough investigation. I even took it apart. Sure enough, it was made of wood and paper clay. But lo and behold, I also found this map inside. Wait! Wait! Wait, we've heard this before. A deliberately fake mummy that has something hidden inside. Who was looking for that, Mort? Mort, who was looking for the something inside of a fake mummy statue? You'd know better than anyone. It's your husband. Your husband was the one looking for it. They were looking for that particular mermaid. So this guy has the artifact, the map, which is the artifact that the Paranormal Investigation Bureau were looking for, because that holds the information on how to stop the waves curse. Meaning that whatever is under the sea here can stop the waves curse, but also might be being guarded by the fish curse. Linking things are linking together. The red, I've got the board up. The board is up. I am connecting the strings. They're looking less random. There are things and they are linked together. The mummy, or the fake mummy, ended up at this guy's great-grandma's. That fake mummy was originally owned by Soda's family. Soda's family? We now know that whatever is under the ocean is the most important thing in this whole plot, and is how we're going to stop everything.
Truly? You found a map inside a mummy.
Whoever made it all those years ago must have stuck the map inside. I doubt my great-grandmother had the slightest idea it was even in there.
That's an incredible discovery.
It's simply tantalizing, is it not? There's not a doubt in my mind that it will lead to the most thrilling discovery.
So then, why did you call this a mermaid treasure map?
Well, it was hidden inside a mermaid mummy, so it must be a treasure map of sorts, no? Wait. Didn't the guy who dissected what we know is a real mummy say that that mummy was... Because we know that there was... Didn't that guy, the big bad guy boss on that island who got hold of the first modern mummy, the mermaid mummy, aka person affected by the fish curse, didn't he say that when the scientists tested it, it said that it was made of wood and fabric? I feel like that was a thing. I feel like that was a thing where the like, he's not Yakuza, but I'm gonna say Yakuza, the big Yakuza guy in charge of everyone on that isn't on the island, but is in charge of the guy on the island. Didn't he say when he sent that mummy off, the one we know was a real fish, like a real person affected by the fish curse? Didn't he say that when they took it apart, or had the scientists take it apart, was made of wood and fabric? But we know that was a real person turned into a fish. Yeah, the Immortal Chaser. Like, I'm pretty sure I remember that being a plot point. So could it be that the mummy that Avi has wasn't fake at all? And it was a real person affected by the mermaid curse? That's something to consider. It might be a fake mummy. It might still be a fake mummy. Actually, I think it is, because the way that it's drawn. Because if we go to mermaid mummies, mermaid mummies. Mermaid mummies. Yeah, this is his mermaid mummy. No, actually, I take it back. Maybe it is. No, I don't think it is. I think this one is fake. Because it doesn't look like the two actual quote-unquote mermaid mummies that we have seen in the game. So I think this one probably is fake. But the lady... But she did say, like, Yumeko did say And where is he? Yeah, Yoshikatsu. When he sent the mermaid off, like he said, I'm pretty sure when he sent his mermaid off, they told him that it was just a fake made of wood and fabric. And Yumiko knew that that was going to happen. So I think it goes to show that whatever the fish curse is, it turns people into fake mermaids, right? Because I'm pretty sure that was we'll have to go back and check it. But I'm pretty sure that they did say that that when you cut apart the mummies of the people affected by the fish curse, their bodies appear to be fake, even though that you know they're real. Huh. No. That's an interesting thing to think about, if I'm remembering correctly. The implications, people. The implications.
I see your enthusiasm has carried you quite a ways from home. I'm impressed.
Thank you. I have no doubt our treasure lies somewhere in the Issei Bay. What a shame there's no eggs to mark the spot.
Indeed, and this leads us to our first conundrum.
Any ideas on how to decipher this map, Cersei?
Put me on the spot, why don't you? But it does look like something is written here. Do you know what it says?
Oh, that part. I actually did some research on that. Apparently it says, search the 95th.
Search the 95th? That sure makes it sound like it leads to a secret location of some sort.
Yes, and it must be related to mermaids. Aren't you just itching to find it?
You know it.
I knew it. I'm counting on you to help me solve the riddle. Issei is here. The island Anonome is here. That's what I think these are representing, is that our main island. So it's the South Sea, where we went diving the first time and saw the fish curse in the distance. My brain is huge. My brain is huge. My brain is huge. I feel so smart. This game's making me feel real smart right now. Oh wait, I just remembered. You said you can douse, no? Can't you just douse for the treasure? Then we can skip this whole map and riddle business altogether.
I apologize, but that's impossible.
Truly? But why?
Dowsing is usually used to find waterways, veins of ore, and other such things. My dowsing, however, can be used to find people and objects imbued with spiritual power. However, I must be familiar with the spiritual power I'm looking for.
I see. In other words, you wouldn't be able to find a treasure you've never seen or heard of. Hi, Belladonna. Welcome in, hon. What you've missed is... I feel very smart because I'm connecting all of the red dots. I'm connecting all of the different parts of this game together in my mind with red string. And I look like the Pepe Sylvia meme. At the moment, I'm figuring out that all the curses are possibly connected to each other. Yeah, I'm connecting the dots. I feel real smart right now.
Yes, the distance on which I can detect the source also depends on how strong the spiritual power is.
It's not quite a superpower I thought it was.
I'd say we've had enough of a diversion. Let's go back to investigating your map. I say we've had enough of a diversion. Let's get back to investigating your map.
To be frank, I didn't just come here to solve the map's riddle. My real goal is to find an actual mermaid.
Yes, I had a feeling that was it.
So you already knew. Exorcists sure have some keen instincts.
What will you do if you find a mermaid? Do you want to become immortal?
I suppose might as well, considering all the trouble finding one will be.
Your reasoning is unexpectedly uninspired.
Though it may be, I find the idea quite romantic, akin to ascending to a new stage of humanity.
Sure, I guess.
I take it you disagree with my thinking, Cersei.
I think to see why my opinion should matter here. What you do is your decision to make.
No, I'm with Cersei on this one. I think, yeah, Belladonna, you're with me. That's what I think the point of this game is trying to get across. Immortality is kind of meh. Immortality is kind of meh. So far, we have two characters in this game that we think, well, one we know is immortal, but she doesn't know she's immortal, and because she lost all of her memories. And the other one, well, no, I don't think it's necessarily the fish curse is protecting the sea curse. I think the fish curse is protecting the object that can stop the sea curse. And then we don't know where the sword curse fucking comes from. The sword curse is a mystery. I'm like, there's 2-3 people that could be the owner of this sword curse at the moment. Sword curse is on its own separate fucking registering board. Unconnected to everyone at the moment, but will be connected at a later date when we figure out why. Or what caused that curse to come to existence. But right now, no fucking clue about the sword curse. Sea curse, we know that it's probably the island sinking. But the thing with the curses in these games is that it's never actually the explanation they give you that causes it. It's actually something else. Like in the last game, a lot of the curses, the folklore said one thing. But then when you actually found out about the curses fully, like, it turns out that they were caused by something else that was similar but not the same. Like, the actual, what actually happened, it was a lot different.
Although, I'm not certain an immortal can still be called human. Still, your decision is irrelevant to my duty, so I will try not to interfere. Actually, meeting a mortal would be rare once-in-a-lifetime chance, so please transcend humanity and let me examine you.
I prefer if you didn't speak of me like a research specimen, but I'll overlook it for now.
Though I do wonder if immortality would actually bring you any happiness. When you look at old folktales, it tends to be less of a blessing and more of a curse.
Jeez, don't say that after I already made up my mind and everything.
Well, I'm sure you'll be alright. If you tire of immortality, you'd only embark on the journey like a one-day Yao bikini.
That is a one way to look at it, though I think the nun part might be an issue. Well, I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. There's no immortality to be had until I find a mermaid flesh to bite into. So let's start there.
Understood. I'm also quite interested in finding a mermaid myself.
Look at the map again? Yeah, Avi is a specimen. That guy's psychology is interesting. Cersei's alright. Her first introduction to Cersei, she was fighting Mort's husbando. So Mort, I imagine, doesn't like Cersei that much. Because her first action we see of her in the game is her, like, stun spelling his husbando. Do you notice something?
It looks like something's written on the other side.
I see. I knew I must have missed something. I should carefully hold the edge when I want to look at the other side. It's a map of Ise Bay. Judging from its condition, it's quite old.
If I were to guess, I would say it's over 100 years old. No, perhaps even more than 200 years old.
I wonder how old it really is. Eureka! Eureka! Inspiration strikes, I figured it out. Yeah, Bella, Donna, there's a lot of people you could ship in this. The shipping is bountiful. There's a lot of potential ships in this, actually. I haven't talked about how much you could ship several people in this together.
Did you? Where is the treasure?
Oh no, the ocean's here. No doubts, it's here, behold. I'm going to turn the map over. You forgive Cersei because she's a small child. That's fair. She's a small child. She can be forgiven. She can be forgiven. Bella, you're gonna like the other part, some of the other characters in this game, I get the distinct feeling. Everyone's in love with the men in this game. Everyone in chat is in love with the men in this game, but there's a lady in this that I think is actually really fucking good. And nobody else, people agree with me that she's pretty, but nobody understands how much I fucking love this lady. And she's so cool. And I'm not entirely convinced that either her or her husband isn't immortal.
Take a close look at all the spots on the back of the map.
Oh, those, I dismiss them as a bunch of stains.
Do you really think that's all they are?
Oh, I figured it out. Chat, I'm so smart. Bloop, 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 bloop. I have no doubts. It's here. Behold.
Isn't that Taishima?
Makes it over 400 years old.
Oh, they're made during the Sengoku period. Incredible.
I thought that it would be triangulated. Right? Unless I triangulated that wrong. The middle should be about here. Yeah, talking about how the map is really old. Oh no, Cersei! So to explain characters that you haven't seen yet, or to refresh people from last stream, and the stream before. Cersei is a young girl with very strong psychic abilities. She's completely fine. I'm not that old, Belladonna. I'm only 25. Well, I'm not even 25 yet. 25 in May. I'm not that old. I'm still baby. The map is 400 years old. I'm not that old. I'm not even close to that old. So the spots are a constellation, right? That constellation that they talked about last time. But like...
Something about their spots feels familiar.
Right?
The phrase "search the 95th" is written on the map and the location of the
Ise province. Okay, maybe it's in the files. Stars, 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 stars. The summer triangle. I was witnessing the beginning of the Triassic period. I wish I did witness the beginning of the Triassic period, Belladonna. You joke, but I fucking love dinosaurs. You joke, but I fucking love dinosaurs. You're talking to the... I'm gonna zoom in for emphasis on my tattoo, so you get how much of a stupid question this is, or how much of an ironic statement that is, I mean. Look at my tattoo. Look at my face and also my tattoo. You are talking to the woman that has fucking prehistoric animal tattoos. And you're asking her how the Triassic was? I wish, bitch, I wish. Bitch, I wish. I wish. I fucking love dinosaurs. I love prehistoric animals. I wish. I wish that were me. I wish that were the life I got to have. I fucking love that shit. Also, chat, I realise how ironic this is. I never show people my tattoos anymore because I hardly ever get to use this without this outfit without the jacket. But I need you all to know that I don't just have prehistoric animals. I also have cryptids. These are my real life tattoos. I have the same tattoos as my VTuber model. Mostly because I don't give a shit. But, I have both prehistoric animals and cryptids on my tattoos. Yeah, my tattoos are prehistoric animals and cryptids. And I don't have them on my VTuber model because my arms you can't see the inside of my arms. But I have the 6 most famous Universal movie monsters in picture frames on my inner arms. I have the werewolf, the vampire, the swamp thing, the invisible man, the mummy, and Frankenstein in those old Victorian timey picture frames on my inner arms. And I was highly contemplating on the other side where I have my pigeon getting yokai done. Recently. I thought about it today, actually. I was like, why don't I get more dinosaurs on the other side around my pigeon? And also get some yokai on the bottom half. And just have my tattoos in the same art style all over. Because I've been thinking about what I want on my other side. So, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. My tattoos weren't that expensive. I spent I want to say under 400 for all of them. Yeah, because my first tattoo was only 100 quid. I want to say. My pigeon. My dinosaurs, or my prehistoric animals, they're not dinosaurs. I don't actually have any dinosaurs yet. That's for the other side, next to the pigeon. My prehistoric animals were, I want to say, another 100. So that's 200. The bottom half of the prehistoric animals was 150? I want to say, the cryptids, I mean, were 150. So that raises up to 350. And then I got my inner arms done for free. Although, when I get my next lot done, I will need them badly touched up. Because some of the lines didn't stick in at all. And so have immediately, vanished. And I might want to just go thicken them up. Because the parts where they're on the wrinkles of my wrist, where your wrist bends, the frame is faded quite badly there. I love tattoos. I did a tattoo apprenticeship for most of last year before I got kicked out for reasons I won't get into. Nothing illegal, but I'm not in the mood to talk about it when I'm playing a game I enjoy. Right, what do they mean by the 95th? Chat, am I being dumb here? Don't worry about getting tattoos too soon though, Belladonna. Think about what you want first. I didn't get my first tattoo until I was, I want to say, 22? 21, 22? When I got my first tattoo. But I knew I'd always wanted tattoos, since way before that. But I just waited until I drew something that I liked before I went and got it done. But I think that's because I'm really picky about my tattoos. I don't want stuff from other people. All my designs are my own. I drew them all. Where is... What? They're saying in the 95th. Find the 95th. Hikoboshi. Let me just try some of these.
Oh, and what makes you say so?
Why, it's simple. This very spot marks the answer to our riddle. So it is that one. Which one is it, though? I need to see what star it is. It's Hikoboshi. Aha, allow me to explain, you see. The 95th is, and the riddle must refer to the 95th tale in Tales of Issei. Oh, yeah! I completely forgot that. I completely forgot that it was the 95th tale. Okay, so we got there. I got there based on the constellation. But we missed the part that it was specifically that star in the constellation. Because of the folklore tale. Okay. But we got there. And the title of that tale is none other than Hikoboshi. Next, now note how the summer triangle constellation is drawn on the back. The location of Hikoboshi, or Altair, corresponds with this very spot on the map.
Incredible. I should have expected nothing less. You truly are a genius, Abby.
Nothing compares to a rush of a breakthrough. Let's keep riding this high. Okay, what you gotta say? Oh, by the way, so that people don't think anything weird is happening. Cersei and Avi are related. They're like great-grandmas are sisters. So they're like second, third cousins? They're related anyway, and he's only hanging around with her because she's his guide in Japan. He's like hired her as his guide because she's psychic and he's not.
You would every word to search the area on the map. It's in the middle of the sea. How are we supposed to search a place like that? Looking for an unknown object somewhere on a large swath of seafloor seems an impossible task.
You're right, that does sound difficult. We might have to ask our friendly CEO for help. The CEO who's using the name of a dead guy. Belladonna, you'll find this funny as well. They got a business card from a guy, but the guy's name is the name of a man we know for a fact has been dead for 5 years by this point. So he's for some reason using a dead guy's name. And we know that guy is dead because as another character we find his dead body.
did give us his card.
So I think that business guy was waiting for knew that these two had this map or had something to tell them where the location would be, and has been waiting for them to figure it out. I don't know, because they didn't. The business card doesn't tell us any. We can't. The game doesn't tell us. No clue. I don't even know if it's a real business or whether he just has business cards. Because he says that he's a tourism businessman, like a businessman who works for the tourism industry trying to make mermaid tourism happen. But I think that's a lie. What I think the suspicious guy is actually doing is looking for people who might have information on the location of mermaids so that he can do something with mermaids himself. And these two he just so happened to come across do have information on the location of something to do with the mermaids.
However, wouldn't that mean we'd have to inform him of the map?
No other way around it. In addition, we would have to find anything. I imagine he'll expect to share the spoils. I really wanted to keep it all to myself. Sharing is the worst.
I understand, but we have no other options.
It's a shame, but I suppose you're right. We should contact him as soon as we can. Right, so we're going to continue with Avi's plotline until we get up to speed with where everyone else in the timeline is. Because right now, so to explain to people how this game works, for the people who have just got in, we have a timeline here. We started the game as Yuza Minikuchi, and we followed his entire timeline to the end here. At the end of this timeline, a disaster happens where everyone on the island gets killed by a curse that cuts them like a samurai. Sato has a thing where she can't die for some reason. She dies and then a couple minutes later it insta-heals itself and she wakes back up. But she didn't know this was a thing until it randomly happened, I want to say 5 months ago, and she's got no memories of who she actually is. She has a name very similar to someone in our notes that everyone keeps talking about as a priestess who accidentally ate mermaid flesh and became an 800-year immortal. So she might be that nun. She might also not be. Yumiko is the one that I really like. She's part of a police, the police group who specifically deals with paranormal phenomena. She's basically, how to explain this? She's basically the Men in Black. Except for instead of aliens, it's ghosts and stuff. It's supernatural instead of aliens. She's the Men in Black, but it's ghosts. She's not the Ghostbusters, because they don't always get rid of the ghosts, and the ghosts aren't always doing something harmful. She's literally like the Men in Black, but with ghosts. There's a bunch of other characters as well, but Arnev, his point in the timeline at the moment seems to be the earliest point in the timeline, which is why we're following him through instead of continuing over here, because this is later in the timeline than all this. Or she's a mermaid become human. That's also a good, thing to think about. Avi and Circe's quest for immortality is in full swing. Having pinpointed a likely location on the mysterious map, they ask Kibai Ikoma to investigate it on their behalf. However... yeah, Mort's husband is my favourite character's sidekick. Hello, this is Ikoma. Calling about the sea floor investigation. I asked an amateur diver to investigate the area because I was keen to get results as soon as possible. However, she has not returned. Yeah, 100% whatever is on the seafloor here is turning people in, is the fish curse. Which is why we're headed out there ourselves to assess the situation. We've nothing else to do after all.
So we asked an amateur diver to investigate the seafloor in the area.
Guess in a place like this it would be faster to hire an ama than a regular diver. Even in this age, you still get some amas to do contracted dives, huh? It appears that she was contacted to investigate for about an hour, at which point she was to return, even if empty-handed. Suppose the intent was just for her to survey the area to start.
Well, there's several hours passed with no word from the diver. I can see why Ikoma was worried.
We'll start by checking out the location. We can progress the police search after, if needs be. Thirsty, do you have a bad feeling about this?
I do. Ever since we first heard about it.
I see.
There's some strong negative spirit energy in the air that is only intensified as we approach the spot. Something happened here.
The diver didn't make it back. Is it safe for us to go?
I have a talisman that repels evil. It should be fine.
Well, if you say so. Worst comes to worst, we'll reunite in the afterlife.
Understood. Leave it to me.
Avi, maybe don't say that to a child. Avi, maybe don't say that to a child. Avi, maybe you shouldn't be bringing the child with you. I know the child has immense psychic power. Like, Avi, I understand the child is a powerful psychic, but maybe you shouldn't bring the child with you to the place where the ama divers keep disappearing. Avi is a bad influence on Cersei.
There's something there.
That must be the armor diver's boat. Doesn't appear to be anyone around. How unsettling.
You're right. There's something terrible here.
Is it really that bad?
It is. I can tell even from this distance. It's coming from the bucket. It's saturated with a sinister spiritual energy. There's some real powerful curse inside.
Inside the bucket? Does that mean the ama diver found something on the seafloor and brought it up to the surface? And perhaps succumbed to the curse while trying to get it out?
Yes, unfortunately. We cannot say for certain what misfortune this curse may call forth. I need you to remain cautious.
Can you dispel curses, Cersei?
Depends on the curse itself, but I believe I may be able to handle one of this caliber.
That's a relief. Is it really safe for us to approach the boat, though?
Yeah, it's fine. For me, at least.
Understood. If everything happens to me, then I'll leave the rest to you.
Oh my, there's a small metal box in the bucket. This has to be the source.
Can we take it?
Yes, provided I can overpower the mouse it's engulfed in. Yeah. That was it. It should be safe to touch now. I'll leave that part to you.
No problem. It's pretty heavy. What do you think this box is exactly?
It appears to be quite old. It likely dates back to the same time period as your map. Here, take a look at the symbol on the top of the box. Do you recognize it anyway?
Huh. That's interesting, so that did change something. You know how when I went diving with you guys yesterday, I found that thing with chains by the hole, and I undid the chains on that thing near the hole. That's what this is talking about. But that wasn't Avi, and that also happens in the future. That wasn't Avi, and also that happens in the future. So this is us, the character, directly changing what Abby knows about here. Right? Like, that's us, the character, us, the player, directly affecting what Avi knows about. Because he shouldn't know about it being on the seafloor. That wasn't something he did, we did that as user in the future. Huh. I'm gonna say we saw it on the map. Oh, this is that strange symbol we saw on the map.
And thus, it's fair to say that the map was leading us towards this exact box.
That only makes the identity all the more intriguing.
There's some strange lines on the side, perhaps some sort of pattern?
Appears to open from the top, but it's not budging at all. It would take quite a lot of strength to force it open.
I believe this box has been sealed with powerful spiritual energy. It was probably sealed by a skilled sorcerer a long time ago. I doubt it'll open by any normal means.
I can feel something shifting whenever I turn it. There must be some kind of mechanism.
Then I suppose you'll want to align the box with the spiritual energy in this place.
In English, please?
It's likely that the mechanism for unlocking the box is activated by orienting the box in the right directions in the right order.
I see, so I have to figure out where to point it at. Leave it to me. After I have a sippy of my cup of tea. Doing Abby's voice. I needed to sippy from doing his voice for so long. Because his voice in particular is like quite low in my throat. Right, let's... Yeah, I think this... No. I have to orient the box in the right direction. But what is the right way? Patterns on the box's sides are quite intriguing. They must be related to the solution somehow. So this is this coast... I think that's that coastline, right? That matches up there. That matches up there. That matches up there. This matches up here. So, this is the first. Oh, I felt something move inside the box. I must be on the right track.
Yes, keep on it.
We're close. We're close. We'll figure it out. We did one. Maybe I need to do some of the other ones? Oh, for her, that's 2. There, I found it.
Great job, just one left.
Now, where is this one? Thought maybe that was the sky. But it's gotta be something else. Yeah, the dots tell you the order. It's trying to... Cersei, what you gotta say?
Probably the area is key to getting the box open, so we should try to figure it out before leaving.
Got it. The weather is great and the sea is calm, yet something unsettling in the air.
Yeah, I feel it too.
You trying to scare me? Think that remote island is Tsushima, with Tojima just visible just beyond.
Tojima is the place where the picture Daimyo Yoshitaka apparently took his life.
The far shore, as we see it, is Toba's Arashima, Uramura, I believe.
I heard Uramura's district oyster harvests are plentiful that you can find all you can eat clam benefits from fall to winter here.
Really? We should come during a different season. We love some fresh oysters. We love some fresh oysters. Oysters is hard to say in his voice. The closest shore to us is in the east side of the Shima Peninsula. You got a good view from here. I think you can see all the way to Ijika and Kazuki.
That's right, both have a lot of ama, but Kazuki is especially known as a holy ground for ama divers.
The boat of the hammer diver who found the metal box. There's not a trace of life left on it. According to Ikoma, the hammer diver went to investigate alone without a companion to mind the boat. Swallowed my fear and tugged on the rope earlier, off chance she was still down there somewhere. Pulled up a whole length of rope, but no one was tied to it. This is definitely the spot indicated on the map. Okay, just like that I might pop open if I do the same with the other sides. This is the last one, but I don't know. Like, where is this one supposed to be? There it is. I was looking at the wrong place because I saw the little island off to the side and I couldn't see that.
Yes!
Yes, it's open.
Congratulations, what's inside?
Let's see. Huh? What's this? Some kind of small wooden carving?
Huh?
Oh no. Oh no. Chat. We can't like Abby anymore. Chat, we can't like Abby anymore. Chat, we're not allowed to like Abby anymore. Because him owning this object before the fish mermaids rocked up means that Avi's potentially the one been turning people into the fish mummies. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Avi's been turning people into fish mummies. If I'm thinking about this correctly, because this is the cursed object for the Forsaken Fish curse, which is the one that turns people into fish. And in the future, we know at least 2 people rock up as fish mummies. No, 3 people rock up as fish mummies. He's the fish curse wielder at the moment. So unless something else also turns you into the fish, he's been turning people into fish. Uh-oh. Not allowed to like Avi anymore. Because that means he's a bad guy. Yeah, this is what we saw before, underwater. Whoa, something came out. Yikes, what is it? Make it stop.
Terrible pain, pain, I want to go. No, it hurts. Help me, it hurts. Help me.
Deep and painful, resentful memories invaded my mind.
Drift forever. Evildoers, be as a fish. Perish.
You have acquired the Cursed Forsaken Fish Curse Stone. You can use it to turn people into fish and kill them when they are submerged in the water of Issei Bay. It can even be used at a distance, provided the target meets the requirements. So all they have to be is in the waters of Issei Bay, and Avi can turn them into a fish. Huh. What the hell was that?
I'm not certain, but I believe we may have just acquired a cursed tool known as Cursed Stone. However, they're rarely possessed by such powerful curse echoes. How lucky.
You truly are congratulating me, then I'll happily celebrate with you. But can I ask something first?
Of course.
Am I cursed? Am I gonna die?
I wouldn't say you're cursed per se, but there's a similar case in Tokyo last year.
Hold on for a minute, I can't think straight. This is far too overwhelming. An incredible amount of information flooded my mind just now. I need a moment to settle before I can take in anything else.
You must mean the resentful memory held by the curse. It's a phenomenon where, in the curse, events leading up to the curse forming are passed on to the curse bearer, so that the grudge will spread. Oh, and curse bearer refers to someone who is haunted by the curse echo, and thus able to use the curse.
Stop, I already told you, I can't take any new information. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? I think I just learned why Taishima sunk 400 years ago. Let me sort all that out first.
Really? Tell me, tell me.
Okay, so before he does that, I am going to read the Curse of the Forsaken Fish to us. Because this information is going to be important. Also, that's very pretty. And it's 100% what we saw when we were underwater. A curse born from the final moments of Hayase, a mermaid brutally tortured to death by humans on Taishima around 400 years ago. The curse has the power to kill any human submerged in the waters of Issei Bay by gradually turning them into a fish, starting from their feet. However, the excruciating pain suffered during the transformation often results in them dying before the metamorphosis is complete. The bodies of those who succumb to the curse decay almost instantly, shriveling up into desiccated fibrous masses. The curse can also be triggered remotely, provided that the curse bearer knows their victim's exact location. Mermaids inherently possess the ability to turn humans into fish at will. The curse of the Forsaken Fish is the result of that ability being turned into a conditional curse and sealed within a cursed stone. So the humans on Hayase, no, the humans on Taishima tortured a mermaid to death. I'm assuming trying to eat her. And so her ability to turn people into fish was then turned into a curse. Also, I didn't notice she had horns before. Yeah, give me a minute. Thank you for investigating the situation for me. I was involved in an accident many years ago, so I can't bring myself to go out to sea anymore. You've been a tremendous help. Wait, the fuck? Another dart on the board, folks. Another dart on the board. Is he the mystery passenger? Because if we go to the files and we go to the... Where's the incident? No, it's got to be culture. Southern Sea disaster. If we look at the newspaper from the Southern Sea disaster, there was this boat here, Captain Yukichi Nishiwakawa, and one mystery passenger who went missing. But they don't know who this passenger was, because they know who Koichi was and his crew members. They know who the Minikuchis are. The husband, the wife, and the son obviously is Yuzu, who survived and stayed on the island, unlike his mum who left and disappeared. So is this guy, this guy using the dead guy's name, is he potentially the mystery passenger here? I think he might be the mystery passenger, and I want to bet that he was in this area. I want to bet that the accident happened round about where we are now, or in the location of another one of the curses, because I reckon what's happening here is there's 3 mermaid curses then. You've got the fish curse, the ocean curse, and there's going to be another mermaid curse. And the sword curse is potentially a separate one. So does that mean that this guy is the mystery passenger, and he was out there, and he's the one that's caused the disaster? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I've actually got our hands on something quite valuable, so we owe you thanks as well. It's great. I'd love to hear more about what you discovered, if you don't mind. Of course. We're currently at the mouth of Kamo River. There's a residential area further upstream. Seems Mr. Okoma just arrived in Toba, so we managed to meet up with him without any problems. Avi, don't trust this guy. Don't trust this guy, Abby. I'm pretty sure that he's planning something.
Will he believe us if we suddenly start talking about curses?
Can we just not bring it up?
You think you can explain it all without bringing them up?
Well, we'll see how far we get. I don't necessarily know that will work, Abby, because I think he's also got a curse. He may look scary, but his demeanour is surprisingly gentle and kind. He's a very polite young man. People like him tend to be misunderstood because they're a little awkward. We struggle with that kind of thing a lot. Or he's evil and I don't trust him. The diver I hired to perform the set was an armor diver living in Toba City by the name of Tameko Suma. I know that name too. Where do I know that name? Files. Phenomenal curses. Ryugu, the mermaid mummy. Yabukini, Tomakazuki. Where is it? A seabed. No, it's not the seabed. It's about... Where is it? I'm trying to find the note we have about that mermaid that washed up. Because I think that name is the first mermaid. Like, I think this body is the mermaid that... Where is he? He gets hold of. I think this Ama Diver is the one that washes up first. Meaning that there's still the other Ama Diver yet to die. I thought there was no way we would pull off the search, but that's when she agreed to take on the request. I feel terrible about what happened. I can only hope she's still out there somewhere unharmed. She had no way of knowing how dangerous this job was. Please, I am the one who sent her out there. If there is blame to take, it is mine. But still, what exactly happened out there? About that, let's start with the middle box the Ama Diver found. Please do. So basically, this wooden carving we found inside the middle box. I see, so your map indicated the location of this wooden carving. We believe so. And the question is why? Why go all the way to not just hide it, but to conceal the map in a mermaid mummy? How intriguing. I suppose a carving like that would have had some value back in the day, but to go through all the effort to preserve it like this... I believe what was preserved was not the carving itself, but the mermaid's memory that was stored inside, the curse. Dun dun dun! A curse? Dun dun what now? That's right. In other words, the one who made the box entrusted it with a message, and we are its recipients. Please calm down. I'm feeling quite lost.
I know you're quite excited, but I think we have no choice but to start explaining the curse.
That's right, it's curse chit-chat time. You may be a bit too rational to believe what I'm about to tell you, Mr. Ikoma, but even so, I ask that you try your best. Huh? If you're ready to hear it, I'm ready to say it. Come, give me your answer in the next 3 seconds. 3.
I'm prepared, please tell me. I see, so the Tashima mermaid known as Hayase was killed by raiders. The hatred he left behind became the curse that entered this wooden carving. You, Avi, then, have inherited her curse in addition to the information for 400 years ago in the form of resentful memory. You absorbed all that quite effectively. I'm impressed.
This is actually not the first time I've heard of what can happen if one touches a cursed stone. Oh? Yes, but let's save that conversation for later. More importantly, you know what actually went down on Taishima 400 years ago. That's right, I know the truth, all of it. What happened, what didn't, I know it. You seem a bit frazzled. Do you need more time to collect your thoughts? There's no need to worry. I'm prepared, but I will take some time to explain. It's time to reveal what truly happened 400 years ago to Taishima and the mermaids. Please do tell. He's very dramatic. This bitch is full of drama. Around 400 years ago, The area of Shima province, which included Taishima, was governed by the Kuki clan. The leader of the clan at the time was Kuki Semitaga, and it was his duty to protect the secret of the 3 mermaids living on Taishima. That must have been Sobe, Nagami, and Hise. However, the legend of the eating mermaid flesh would grant immortal life was well known, so he secretly hid them on Taishima so no one would learn of their existence. It appears that Sumitaka thought the mermaids as a sacred or divine essence. The thought of seeking immortality for himself likely never crossed his mind. The land where the mermaids lived was a sanctuary that he fiercely protected at all costs. In other words, Taishima was an island where people could worship the mermaids in secret. Indeed, it meant the people living on the island were not simple commoners, but gods, tasked with protecting this sanctuary and its mermaids. Sumitaka was so dedicated to keeping the mermaid's secret that he kept the existence of Taishima out of historical record. The public believed the island was entirely uninhabited. I see, by keeping its existence hidden, he was able to keep the mermaids safe. However, a vassal of Sumitaka's uncle, Yoshitaka, learned about the mermaids on Taishima. He passed this information to Yoshitaka, who believed obtaining immortality was a must to rise to the top in an era that was often plagued by war. He commanded his vassal to lead his army to Taishima and do whatever he had to do to return with the flesh from a mermaid. Sumitaka and those on the island resisted, but the invading army was far too powerful. The island was swiftly overrun. Ultimately, Hayase was captured and brought before the vassal. This vassal tortured her, demanding she grant the power of immortality. But Hayase did not yield. Even in the most hellish torments, she screamed and cursed, with despair and anger until her dying breath.
It's horrible.
The hatred Hayase felt at that moment of her death led to the creation of the curse of the Forsaken Fish. And that is what I learned from the resentful memory inside the Curse Stone. But to be honest, that's only half. Half of what? Half the memories. The other half is the memories of the one who left behind the metal box. Namely, the story of how the curse of the Forsaken Fish became a cursed stone. Having failed to obtain immortality, the vassal flew into a rage. He had all inhabitants of Taishima slaughtered as revenge for keeping this secret.
This guy was the worst.
Finally, he continued his advance into the sanctuary the islanders had protected down to the last man. There, he destroyed its shrine. What irony that he came so close to the secret he was being so desperate to find.
You're saying the other 2 mermaids were still in the sanctuary?
No, they'd already fled Taishima. Actually, there were 2 other survivors. Sumitaka's adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, had also escaped the chaos of invasion unscathed. There were one other islander who managed to survive as well, taking with him the treasure the mermaids had protected.
The mermaid's treasure.
This may shed some light on the descendant you spoke of earlier.
Of course, she must be a descendant of the man that escaped that day.
We now know she was correct when she spoke of 3 mermaids living on Taishima.
So we do.
Oh, does that mean? I think that means that Yuzu isn't related to one of the raiders, he's related to one of the original people from the island. So his mum isn't related, because everyone on his island, on the island, like everyone thinks that his mum was related to the raiders, right? And that's why they all think that she was bad luck. But it looks like actually it's the opposite. She's related to the original inhabitants of the island. So really that should mean she's good luck, or would be good luck, because she's related to the people that the mermaids actually liked, not the people that killed the mermaid. Putting descendants aside for now, let's return to 400 years ago. The vassal's invasion and destruction of the sanctuary was like a trailer. As a reaction to the sanctuary's fate of their own ill-deserved deaths, the sorrow and hatred of the islanders swirled together and formed into the curse of the raging waves, a natural disaster that shook the heavens when it descended on Taishima. The curse bombarded Taishima with violent winds, earthquakes, and thunder. Then, in a final act to protect Taishima's last sanctuary, they sank it into the sea to destroy all evidence of it ever existing. They destroyed it. The small island of Taishima swung swiftly under the waves. The vassal and all his men were, of course, killed thanks to the curse. But one problem remained. That wasn't the end of it. So none of the raiders survived then. But that also... Wait. Because they said that 2 people survived. The Princess Hatsune and... The Princess Hatsune survived, but so did this Yuzu's ancestor, from the sounds of it. So who is Princess Hasune's descendant then? Do we think that that could be Osa? Like, do we think that could be Sana? And maybe that's why she's got the immortality thing going on now that she's washed back up on shore. There's a couple of different places this could go now. Taishima was destroyed by natural disasters caused by the curse of the raging waves. But the calamity continued for many days. It must have seemed as though it would never end. Can't imagine how terrifying it must have been. Sumitaka even sought out a famous Onmoji to dispel the curse, but he was unsuccessful. The curse would eventually sink to the bottom of the sea, along with the sanctuary, and be sealed there. Only then did the calamity end. Yet it appears this curse was so powerful that it required a sacrifice to be truly sealed. A sacrifice? Not just any sacrifice, but a living one. Princess Hatsune offered herself up as that sacrifice. Okay, so no, she hasn't got a descendant. You said that she was Sumitaka's adopted daughter. Yes, and that she lived on Taishima.
That appears to be the case. Sumitaka was evidently so taken with her that he decided to adopt her. The rumors that she threw herself down a well was likely spread to cover up the real cause of her death.
The Princess Hatsune was actually sacrificed. The seal would hold for 400 years. They must have hoped that the curse itself would fade during that time too. However, the curse of the forsaken fish created by Heisei also continued to linger in the same place. So the Onmoji sealed it inside a wooden carving, turning it into a cursed stone. And then the same Onmyoji, knowing that the seal would only last 400 years, stored his memories within the cursed stone to pass on this information.
He wished to pass down his knowledge for others to use in the event the curse outlasted the 400-year lifespan of the seal. He left behind instructions on how to completely dispel the curse of the raging waves.
Indeed, I've compiled it all in my files. We need to see this. How do we get rid of it? It was his belief that the curse's power would have weakened enough by that point that performing the following steps would be enough to lift the curse completely. First, thou must unbind my seal, risen from the depths, with the iron box. Second, thou must offer the solitude mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. Third, let those who share the blood with the lost souls of Taishima be the ones to offer appeasement. Okay. So this is gonna be... Unbind my seal, risen from the depths, with the iron box. Thou must offer the solitude mirror bequeathed by the sacrifice to the sanctuary. Don't know what this second part is, but the third part's going to be Yuzu doing the diving again. Right? Huh, so that's what happened. And that wraps it up. Got all that info beamed into my brain in a flash, and yet I still managed to present it as an enticing narrative, eh? How amazing was that?
You're utterly stunning. Wow, incredible.
I compiled all the details of the story into these files, so feel free to go over them at your own pace. Oh, thank you. That reminds me, I meant to ask about the metal box. It's been lying on the sea floor for 400 years. How come it hasn't been discovered until now?
It It was most likely sealed inside a rock or something until a few months ago.
So it was sealed away until a certain amount of time had passed?
No, I believe the boxes and sealing may have been triggered by something.
So after Misuma found the metal box, you mean to tell me she has died?
It's likely. If we consider the curse of the Forsaken Fish had completely saturated the metal box, it's likely already too late for her.
How horrible. Since she likely turned into a fish and died soon after, there's a high chance she transformed body will wash up on shore soon. I've compiled all the details of the story in these files, so feel free to go over them at your own pace. We're in Akuma's dead. Suppose we ought to tell him everything we learned.
Wait a second.
Is something wrong?
Abby, if someone's affected by the curse of the Forsaken Fish, the transformation starts with the feet and travels slowly up, yes?
I believe so, though it's hard to say for sure without witnessing it.
If it's true, then they may explain the true identity of the fish mermaids discovered in this area. It could have been the bodies of those who died in the middle of transforming due to the curse of the Forsaken Fish.
Oh, that's a convincing theory. Fish mermaids have been recorded having only human heads or faces, or appearing human just from the chest or shoulders up. If the curse starts with the feet and travels upward, that would explain the variety of fish mermaids that have appeared.
The process is so painful that most die mid-transformation. Then the curse causes the corpse to rapidly wither, forming fibrous mass. It may even be the true identity of your mermaid mummy.
Interesting. Still, without analysing it directly, there's no way to know for certain. But perhaps this is why the mermaid mummies originate from Japan are of such high quality.
Of course, this doesn't mean that all the fish mermaids and mermaid mummies are authentic.
But that means there's a possibility.
Any number of fish mermaids could actually be victims of this curse.
Which is what I came to the conclusion of earlier.
Actually, I remember there were 2 points from your tale I wanted to discuss.
About the events 400 years ago.
My first point concerns the vassal who tortured the mermaid in an attempt to obtain immortality. If all he needed was the mermaid's flesh, what necessity would there be in torturing her?
Oh, that's true. Could be mean that the vassal ate the mermaid's flesh but did not become immortal. So we tortured her to figure out why.
As for the second observation, I have a theory about the area described as the sanctuary. Could it possibly be referring to the entrance to Ryugu?
Ryugu?
It is sometimes also referred to as the Eternal World, or the world beyond. In some legends, mermaids are priestesses who serve the ruler of Ryugu, the god of the sea.
I see. If the sanctuary was actually an entrance to Ryugu, then that could mean that the mermaids are not living on Taishima, but merely travelling here from Ryugu.
Yes, I believe that to be the case. It would also explain why the destruction of this sanctuary would inspire the fury of the god of the sea. To be honest, it's difficult to believe that the grudges of the inhabitants of Taishima would be enough to explain what happened. How could they possibly engender a curse so powerful enough to seek an island and linger for more than 400 years? However, it's quite easy to believe that a curse from Ryugu would maintain such power.
That also explains the necessity of a living sacrifice. Of course, one would be required to seal an entrance to Ryugu. But if the entrance to Ryugu is sealed, what became of the 2 mermaids that fled Taishima?
I thought Soba and Nagame managed to return to Ryugu. I believe they've been living here in the human world for the past 400 years, waiting for the seal to be lifted. They just hid somewhere away from human eyes.
That's true, then they've been successfully hiding for over 400 years.
Of course, if they were hide themselves at the bottom of the sea, it'd be practically impossible to find them. It's also possible they've been wandering the globe rather than lingering in one place.
That could explain all the mermaid sightings around the world. They could be the same too.
Ah, this discussion of hiding made me realize something.
What is it?
Do you recall the story Mr. Goma told us yesterday of the mermaid who became human?
Are you suggesting she decided to join the human society because she could not return to Ryugu?
possibility we should consider.
But that occurred only a few decades ago. Why would she decide to become human just before the seal was released?
Perhaps her circumstances changed. We can only speculate on the motivations of someone who lives for centuries. It is possible she did not feel compelled, but decided to become human out of her own desire.
Could she have met someone she wanted to live a immortal life with, like in The Little Mermaid?
That's certainly possible, and quite romantic too.
I'll have to write this down. This could be make a solid novel.
I just realized something.
What is it?
You heard about this mermaid from a descendant of the Tashima survivor, yes?
That is correct. It's only right that they're informed of the things we learned. We'd love to talk to her. We're quite curious about the mermaid treasure too. It must have been passed down to them through the generations. I understand. I'll probably drop by her place later anyway. Since I also have to handle a matter with Mrs. Suma, I'll discuss it with her then. Thanks, that'd be great. That said, in return I have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead, we'll do whatever we can. You said that the seal over the entrance to Ryugu has been lifted, is that correct?
Yes, it's most likely been gone for several months now.
Huh, really?
Horrible curse has been swirling around the area where Tashima used to be. It's possible that the curse is the curse of the raging waves, and it surged up from Ryugu once more now that the seal has been lifted. The fact that we were able to open the metal box is proof enough that the seal has faded.
That would mean the entrance to Ryugu is now open.
Well, the situation is quite unstable now, what with the curse of the raging waves seeping in through the entrance.
At any rate, what do you want us to do? There is an island called Kamishima that is located quite close to where Tashima once was. There is something I would like you for you to do for me there. This request does in fact have some relation to our current conversation. Oh? Oh, and so he's the one that sent them to talk to Yuzu? Is he maybe Yuzu's dad? What? Who is this guy? Who is this guy? And I don't actually think he has the sword curse now. I think he would have been a good contender for it, but I don't think it fits anymore. Unless he's being too sneaky.
Now then, Abby.
We
decided to tell Ikoma everything, but I know there's some information you kept from him.
Oh, did I?
Yes, something from the mermaid's memories. The real way to retain immortality.
That's right, I see no reason to inform him about it. After all, no matter what he may say about tourist attractions, this guy is also after immortality. So I'm straightened up when you talked about the mermaid being tortured because her captor required more than her flesh for immortality.
Are you sure? I thought his goal, if we even had one, was to quell the curse of the raging waves.
Perhaps there's that too. He even asked us to go to Kamishima to find a steel-type mirror in his stead. You did mention lifting the curse required the mirror as well as the help of Tashima descendant, right?
There's also something about lifting a seal first, but I don't know what that part's all about.
Well, I see no harm in quelling the curse, so if I say we continue to cooperate for now.
Agreed, though I do wish we'd had more. Did not have to approach Kamishima at all. The evil atmosphere is nauseating.
However, we must consider the possibility Ikoma actually had his eyes set on the mermaids in Ryugu. It's possible he may be searching for mermaids like us. Suppose the discussion can wait for later. First, we must find the treasure, and that survivor managed to slip out of Tashima's.
You mean the treasure required in addition to the mermaid flesh when attempting to gain immortality?
Yes, it's a treasure known as the Tamatebako. Mermaid flesh has to be put inside and purified for it to have any effect. So provided one has both the flesh of a human mermaid and Tamatebako, the immortality is indeed attainable. Boom. Tamatebako, a box often referred to as a relic, used by the mermaids who once lived Tashima. A similar box also made its appearance in the tale of Urashima Taro, as the box gifted to the Emponya's protagonist by Otohime, leading to his name becoming widely known. The box is filled with spiritual imagery similar in nature to that which fills Ryugu, the mermaid's original home. Objects placed within it may be kept in the same state they would be within Ryugu, It said that mermaids used the box to bring objects from Ryugu with them so they could otherwise been unable to transport to the material world. But it also has a secondary effect of returning mermaid flesh, normally able only to exist in a transient state in the material world, to the state it would be in Ryugu, thereby restoring its ability to grant immortality.
If we can meet with the Taishima descendant, they could probably provide us with information on the Tame Tobacco.
I concur. We could get our hands on the Tame Tobacco. We wouldn't have to worry about Ikoma. However, it's likely he is wary of us and will keep us from meeting the descendant.
At the very least, we know he's cautious enough to keep her name secret. Well, that's why I asked him to hand her our little souvenir.
Ah, what was all that about anyway? You sure you're not going to need that iron box?
I doubt we will need it again, plus you can think of it as a backup plan.
Because now that she's given that box to whoever it is, Cersei can track it. Because Cersei, they talked about it earlier, Cersei has the ability to douse for things. Artifacts were one of the things she specifically said. Anything made of metal, or like ores, she can douse for. So because the box is made of iron, now if he does give the box to the descendant, in the worst case scenario, Cersei can find her. Ah, she's a clever little girl. She's clever. She's clever. That's why I appreciate Cersei as a character, because she's young and obviously very naive about some stuff. Like people's intentions and stuff. But she is clever. She's clever enough to do that at least. Regardless of what happens, we should be able to meet the descendant tomorrow. Let's get our hands on that mermaid treasure. Time to find a Tame Tobacco.
Okay.
I feel like I'm saying that word wrong as well, Tame Tobacco. God, Abby's got so much going on. There's no other files that I feel like we need to look up, do we? She's also a little reckless, yeah, because she's young and naive. Oh, this is actually important. Okay, so I'm going to read this whole thing to you. Because this is the better understanding of what happened on Taishima than what Avi was telling us. Because there's some stuff he left out that we've got here. The invasion of Taishima. Around 400 years ago, during the Sengoku period, Oda Nobunaga was assassinated at Hoto Iji Temple. Kuki Yoshida, commander of the Kuki Neve, had certainly been gaining influence within the clan, but now found himself at a crossroads in an era still racked with the turmoil of war. It was then that a vassal of the Kuki clan, Komatsu Sudame, approached him with some intriguing information. According to Sadomune, 3 mermaids said to be living on Taishima under the protection of some of the island's residents, even though the island was originally thought to be uninhabited. It was widely known through folklore that eating flesh of a mermaid granted one immortality and eternal youth. Sadame urged Yoshitaka to take advantage of this, suggesting that if he possessed such power, an invincible army could be at his command. Seeing this as an opportunity he had been waiting for, Yoshitaka ordered Sudame to capture the mermaids and bring them back to him. However, Kuki Sumitaka, Yoshitaka's nephew, head of the clan at the time, strongly opposed his approaching Taishima. It was in fact Sumitaka who had secretly been protecting the mermaids on Taishima, believing the mermaids to be messengers of the gods and the island a sacred sanctuary. He had worked to keep them isolated from outside influence. His adopted daughter, Princess Hatsune, was also hiding on Taishima at the time for other reasons. which further strengthened his opposition to Yoshitaka's plan. However, it was not long before Komatsu Sudame learned of this and reported to Yoshitaka. Sumitaka was not only planning to keep the mermaids for himself, he was also secretly moving to build an army of his own. Infuriated by what he perceived as an act of rebellion, Yoshitaka gave the order for Sudame to prepare a military invasion of Taishima. Upon receiving the order, Komatsu Sudame immediately set sail for Taishima at the head of a large army. Caught off guard by the unexpected attack, Sumitaka scrambled to send off his own forces in an attempt to resist, but was unable to prevent the enemy from landing. In the blink of an eye, the once peaceful and beautiful landscape of Taishima was transformed into a nightmare. The islanders, guardians of the sacred land, desperately fought back, but they stood no chance against the seasoned soldiers hardened by years of battle on the front lines. And one after another, they fell before the invaders. Sudame ordered that even women and children to be cut down without mercy, and so the waters around Taishima ran red with blood. This is probably what makes the sword curse. So actually, most people get it wrong, from what I'm understanding here. Most people get it wrong. People, from what I can get here, this is probably what makes the sword curse. The guy ordering that everyone on the island be killed probably makes the sword curse real. And that's the regrets and hatred and everything from the islanders. The ocean is being caused by the god. Quote unquote god. And the mermaids are what caused the fish curse. So we've got the curses. People had a rough idea of what was causing them, and they're not entirely wrong. But they had what was causing the sword curse and what was causing the ocean curse mixed up. So the ocean curse is actually being caused by the dragon god, and the sword curse is being caused by the people who were the islanders. Hi Froggy, welcome in, Han. We're currently reading some notage so that I can have like a quick little break from voicing characters. And also because we got some information here that I think is important. Oh, hi Junie! Hi June! Let me do the Junie shout out. Bonnie Junie! Hi Raiders, welcome in! It's me, I am Pigeon. Pigeon Wishes, your resident pigeon fae from the UK. How are Junie? How are Junie? How are Junie? How did Resi go? How did Resident Evil go? What am I doing? We are playing a game called Paranormasight, The Mermaid's Curse. It came out last weekend. And it's really good. We're currently connecting the dots, Pepe Sylvia style. Oh, you finished Leon's story. Nice. Nice. Well done, Burn. Clap, 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 clap. If you need to raid and run, like, feel free. Because I know that you weren't feeling 5 great. You've not been feeling 5 great this week. Oh, hi, Al. Yeah. This game, fair warning, is a horror game. A horror visual novel sort of detective-y game. And it's about mermaids and Japanese folklore and curses. And people being killed by curses. And people being turned into fish by curses and then dying because they drown because of the curse. It's cool. It's very cool. At the moment, we're reading up on the backstory because there's a lot of notes, and some of these notes have like background information about what causes the curses to be created. No, it's not Chiller's art. This is a completely it's from Square Enix. Well, Square Enix is the publisher, but there's only 2 of these games in the series, and this one The last one came out in 2021, I want to say, and we didn't think it was going to get a sequel because they didn't advertise it at all when the first game. And then they came out with this game this weekend and everyone was like, what the fuck, you actually did make more of it? That's really good. Oh, no. This is more like a visual novel. There's not like a gameplay like that. We don't walk around. It's more about the discovering what caused the curses is the gameplay of this one. Right, I will get back to reading notes because I was getting to a bit of information here that I think is actually going to be important. Yeah, it's a lore game. Lore-heavy game. Lore-heavy game that has, like, death CGs and stuff. It's the best way to describe it. There's also been, like, mermaid mummies and stuff rock up in this one. Nothing too gory, but it's very cool. Right, Sudame's forces swept across the island, searching every inch of signs of mermaids. As they pressed their assault, finally they discovered a mermaid hiding in the name Hayase and captured her. Sadame demanded that she make his troops immortal, but the mermaid staunchly refused, even as Sadame turned to torture, inflicting unspeakable pain with every refusal. The torture escalated until eventually even her supernatural nature was not enough to withstand the torment. On the brink of death, and resigned to her fate, Hayase gave a final terrible cry, overflowing with resentment and anger as she breathed her last. Yeah, also Mort has a husband in this game, and it is important. Mort's husband is important. He's a psychic. We haven't seen him in a while because we don't quite know where in the timeline he exists. Because the timeline in this game is fucky, because you play from like 5 different characters' perspectives at different points in time. Sadame ordered his men to take the flesh from her body, but as they moved to do so, a strange phenomenon began to occur. All the soldiers who approached her body began to transform into fish, their bodies decaying rapidly as the transformation took hold. Hayase had put a curse upon them with her dying breath. With one mermaid Sadame had captured dead and his forces decimated, he began a mad search of the island in pursuit of the remaining 2 mermaids. Eventually he found a deep cave in the interior of the island that extended far beneath the earth. Reaching down to the seafloor, in the deepest part of the cave was a shrine, and a door with a powerful seal over it he couldn't open no matter how hard he tried. Convinced this had to be the entrance to the sacred land, the home of the mermaids, Sadame gathered all of his remaining gunpowder and artillery and unleashed it on the door, destroying both it and the shrine in the process. The next moment a violent tremor wrecked the entire island, and the skies above were engulfed by a storm. The repercussions of this desecration of the sacred land and the resentment of the islanders he had senselessly slaughtered blended together, unleashing all the consuming calamity that seemed to shake the very heavens and earth. Ravished by the fierce earthquakes and vicious storms, Taishima sank beneath the waves, as if nature itself sought to protect the sacred land by erasing all traces of its existence. Thus were Taishima and the sacred land, along with Sadame and his army, lost to the sea in an instant. The only survivors of this tragedy were 2 mermaids and 2 islanders, who had successfully made their escape from the island. Hayase had, in fact, stayed behind as bait to allow the others to escape. The 2 surviving islanders were Princess Hasune and a man named Somekawa, who had been assigned the duty to protect a relic important to the mermaids. However, the tale did not end with the sinking of Taishima. Sumitaka eventually made it to the seas near the island, but a fierce anger and resentment darkened the waters around it, and the curse born from these dark emotions, the curse of the raging waves, had given rise to a storm that continued to rage even after several days after the incident. Furthermore, the curse born from Hayase's phenomenal moments, the curse of the forsaken fish, also continued to exert its influence on the area, causing anyone who entered the storm's domain to transform into a fish. The situation had grown beyond anyone's ability to control. Sumitaka, looking for a solution, turned to Taishima Harukage, a renowned omyoji and friend of Princess Hasune. After conducting an investigation, Harukage concluded that the source of the curse was the sacred land, now sunk beneath the waves. Although the curse was too powerful to dispel, it would be possible to seal the sacred land by offering up a sacrifice. Thereby suppressing its calamitous effects. The seal would last for 400 years. by which time he had anticipated the curse of the raging waves would dissipate. Hearing this, Princess Hasune volunteered to sacrifice herself, in the hopes that it would bring peace to the souls of the islanders who had looked after her during her time on Tashima. With her noble sacrifice, the storm did last died down, and peace was restored to the seas around the island. A bronze mirror, in Princess Hasune's possession at the time, was imbued with power to serve as a talisman to calm raging waves, and was passed from person to person over the years, eventually making its way to Kamishima. Harukage was also able to seal the curse of the forsaken fish in the wooden accessory that Princess Hasune had been wearing, turning it into a cursed stone. Harukage used the resentful memories contained within the cursed stone to create a record of the event, which sealed within a heavy locked box before concealing it in a rock on the seabed. In the event the curse of the raging waves had not abated even after 400 years, he made it so that the seal on the rock would be lifted at the same time as the seal on the sacred land, so that the record of what had happened and the method of undoing the curse would make its way to future generations. Meanwhile, to protect the sacred land and the mermaids, Sumitaka ensured all records of Taishima were erased, so no mention of the island or disaster that had befallen it would make its way to historical accounts. He also concocted a tale in which Princess Hatsune had thrown herself down a well in defiance of a political marriage in order to conceal her sacrifice. Afterwards, Yoshitaka, infuriated not only by his failure to obtain immortality, but also a loss of his primary military force, murdered Sumitaka, who opposed him to the very end, and seized control of the Kuki clan in both name and nature. He had his vassals search the area around Taishima countless times after that, and it was said that they neither found the mermaids nor any trace of their existence. Nice! Okay, so I just wanted to add, because they didn't really explain it very well, we read that because it explains that all of the soldiers were turned into fish, which kind of eliminates the soldiers as being the ones who make the sword curse. Because the sword curse how curses work, they're kind of influenced by how you die. And so if they didn't die via sword, they didn't, you get the point. They didn't die via sword, so it's not those soldiers. At Tametabako, a treasure required to obtain immortality, Avi assumes the descendant of Taishima, who Ioma knows has inherited it. He tries to scheme a way to meet them. People will like Avi. Avi's a himbo. This fucker's a himbo, but also, now he has a curse that can kill people, and I'm not entirely sure that he's the best person to be having a curse on him. Or to be in charge of a child. Hello again, Arna. Barnum's back on the scene. Allow me to summarize. Wait. He's doing it again! Mort, he's doing it again! Mort, he's doing it again! He's doing the fucking thing where he talks directly to the player again! I thought that was maybe a one-off. Right? I thought maybe that was a one-off. Oh! He's looking at the player, but he's not actually looking at the player. It just looks like he's looking at the player. But no, he's fucking directly addressing us here now, right? And he's gonna play it off as if he's doing writing bullshit. But I don't think it is. I think he knows that we, the player, exist. Or whatever the player is in this world. Because we've gotta be something, right? Some sort of ghost or something that he can see. Because he does come from the same family as Cersei. So both of them should have psychic powers. Let me see, does it say anything about Abby having psychic powers? Right, he breaks the fourth wall, but he's specifically breaking it in a way here that's really suspicious to me. I think he knows we, the player, exist. in some way, shape or form. And that's why he keeps breaking the fourth wall, because he's doing it to be entertaining to us. Because he's a fantasy writer by trade. Yeah, he sometimes stares directly at the player as well, as if he can see us. And Cersei did it the one time too. But I don't know. As expected, Hakoma contacted with us today, telling us we'd have to wait a little longer before we could meet the Descendant. Thus figuring out we had no intention of letting us meet her anyway. We decided to use Cersei's ability to go looking for the Descendant ourselves.
Who exactly are you talking to?
I'm merely setting the scene. Really feels like it raises the stakes, no? Makes it feel more like a thrilling adventure. I don't trust you, fucker. I don't trust you, Abby. I think you know we the player exist. In some whatever form we exist in this game. Abby, I think you know we exist. Right? He's talking like he's a streamer. That's my job. You can't take my fucking job, Abby. Abby, you'd probably be better at it than me. Abby, you'd probably be better at it than me. That's why you can't do it. It'd be not fair to me. Think about me, Abby. Think about me, Pigeon, the person playing this game right now. If you take my swag, what am I gonna do? What's up, gamers? God. I don't know, that's so fucking funny. I said, what's up, gamers? And my body physically rejected it. I started fucking choking on I started choking on air. I need people to know that that's what just happened. I said, what's up, gamers? And my body physically fucking rejected that. That's so fucking funny. That's so the timing on that is incredible. My body just straight up fucking rejected what's up, gamers.
Sorry, you got me all worked up. But I'm trying to concentrate, so could you please stop distracting me?
Oh, right, sorry. Cersei's using her dowsing ability to search for the Descendant right now. What's that? Doesn't her dowsing only let us look for spiritual energy? On top of that, doesn't she have to be familiar with the energy she's looking for? That's right, I thought the same thing. However, Cersei was perfectly prepared. Before parting with Coma yesterday, she asked him to hand the iron box to the Descendant when he paid her a visit. She said the Descendant ought to have it since it's so deeply connected to Taishima's history. Ikoma agreed on the matter and would apparently go through with it, assuming he did hand it over. Then the iron box with its massive amount of spiritual energy is falling right into the lap of our target. Now Cersei just has to use her dowsing to locate the box. Well, at least that's the plan. Thank you, Mort. I'm glad someone appreciates what I do. I'm glad someone appreciates how funny I am. I'm joking. I'm joking. I know more people appreciate how funny I am. This is the town of Ijika in Toba City. The area is one of many in the area renowned for its armor divers. This is also where the first bodies washed up. Checking around for bird stickers. Checking around for bird stickers. This would be a good place to hide them. No, I can't see any. Cersei is completely focused on dowsing right now. There are several types of dowsing techniques, but it seems she's using a pendulum. Would seem that the necklace she wears can be used for such a purpose. The closer you get to the target, the stronger the pendulum swings. However, her dowsing's range is limited. With the spiritual energy the iron box possesses, its range is probably just 2 or 3 kilometers. So we had to narrow down the target area somewhat before starting our search. So any idea where we might start looking for the Descendant?
I think Mr. Akami said something about visiting her several times before she finally agreed to talk, didn't he? He did, which means
she doesn't live far away. She must live close enough for him to have paid her frequent visits.
Yes, exactly. So I think it'd be best to start by searching the towns within Toba.
I see. There are quite a few towns in the area, right?
About that, when we partied yesterday, Mr. Akuma mentioned something else that stuck with me. When you asked to meet the descendant, he said he'd probably drop by later anyway, since he also had to handle matters with Miss Suma.
Right, he did say that. So basically, the descendant lived close to Suma. He said it like he would drop by while he was in the area, so he likely lived close to one another.
Yes, I was thinking the same. Those towns with that many armor divers are our top candidates.
So that means we should probably start by searching all the towns in Toba that are home to a lot of armor divers.
That's right, we can make our way up by searching along the coast for starters.
Be nice if we could at least learn the descendant's name.
Might have a lead on that. I think you're researching the past of this place. Alright, I believe the name was...
Minakuchi. I got it. Just came back to me. It's Minakuchi.
Minakuchi, where did you get that?
What's that? Did someone say something?
There you go, touching the question again, sly as always.
Thanks, you're welcome to learn from me. Anyway, what I meant to say is... But I'm sure that's correct. Okay, I'm ahead of the game, I think. I'm ahead of the game. Taishima. We want the invasion of Taishima. We want the survivor. It's in yellow. Where is it? Somekawa. Somekawa, that's what Taishima's survivor was called. If there's any descendants, and they may still bear the same last name.
That's right, it's another clue we can follow.
Let me double check this. Mare Minakuchi. Ah. Yeah, I was correct. I'm just ahead of where the game is right now. Because Mare Somekawa is Yuza's mum. And she was originally Mare Somekawa, and then she became Mare Minakuchi. And then she had son, Yuzo Minakuchi, which means he's going to have to be the one that stops the sea curse. Meaning you have to stop him from dying later on. There you go. There we go. I was just ahead of the game. I was correct. It is the mum. But it was her maiden name they wanted, not her actual current name. They wanted her maiden name, not her current one. And so we ended up spending the morning traveling along the coast from one fishing town to another. And this is the 4th town we've searched so far, so it's about time we actually find something. So Cersei, what's the situation?
Want to give it a try?
Oh really? Will it work if it's me?
I'm still beholding the pendulum, but you can see for yourself if you'd like.
Calling me intrigued. I'm in.
Alright, just like this. I'll hold the pendulum, direct me to move in the different directions to see where it reacts.
Very well, bring it on.
The pendulum won't respond right away, so the trick is to point it in one direction and wait a while. Once you find the spot where it reacts the strongest, just shout if you figured it out.
Got it. When it comes to yelling, I'm your guy. Is that it? There, right there.
Not quite. The reaction should be much stronger than that. Takes a little time for it to react, so if you move around too fast, it might be hard to notice. We'll be searching this place high and low for information.
So that's how it works. Got it. Is this not where it's reacting the best? Yeah? There, right there. But is this as strong as it's reacting? Hmm. Hmm. Where does it react most violently? Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay, no, that was more obvious than I was giving it credit for. There, right there.
You got it.
I didn't know, they didn't give me an example of how violently it would react. This makes more sense. So that means someone up there.
Well, it may still be a bit further out, but at least we figured out the direction to go.
I knew it was about time we hit the right spot. Alright, let's follow this thing and see where it leads us.
Right. That's it. The apartment furthest back on the building's ground floor.
Got it. Hello? Anyone home?
Oh, you don't hesitate, huh?
We're here on behalf of Mr. Okoma. No answer. Guess no one's home.
No, I can sense a presence.
Hello? We'd like to talk about the iron box. What is it? Ah, you two. Abby and Cersei, was it? You're the ones who found the iron box.
Yes, that's right.
You know, I never talked to foreigners before. I'm so nervous, I can hardly think straight. Please, no need to be so tense, Mrs. Summock. I promise we're both harmless and cheerful. Right. So this is Mrs. Somakawa's home. Even with the lights on, it's strangely dark inside. Even though it's daytime, the shutters are kept tightly shut. You can hardly hear any noise from outside, or either. Okay, no birds in here, because you can't look around.
I'm so glad we got a chance to talk with her.
Talk about the iron box. Where exactly did you come across the iron box? I followed this map that was in my family's possession. Supposedly it was left behind by the Omoyoji who sailed away the curse of Taishima.
A map, you say?
It led us to the iron box. It must have been resting at the bottom of Issei Bay. It's been such a valuable artifact, deeply connected to the Taishima's lost history, so we felt it absolutely had to tell you about it, Mrs. Somikawa.
Oh yeah?
If I may say so, I noticed you're interested in the iron box. Could it be that you already knew of its existence?
I didn't know it was in a box, but I've been told something still remained of the island.
Makes sense.
Speaking of that box, I don't suppose there was something inside.
Yes, inside this record detailing how Taishima was destroyed, along with information on the curse of the raging waves.
A record?
Oh, allow me to fill you in on the details. And that sums it up. Such a horrid man, wouldn't you say, massacring the people of Taishima because he wanted to find a mermaid that bad. Grudges left behind by the events coalesced into two separate curses, and ultimately Taishima was destroyed along with everything else. I'm sure it must be excruciating to hear tale of how your ancestor's home was destroyed. But I believe the story could be passed down so people can learn of Taishima's true history, wouldn't you agree?
And all that was recorded in that box.
Allow me to emphasize what an honor it is to meet a descendant of the Taishima.
Who's to say it's even true?
I suppose your family must have lived in this town for generations.
Nah, I moved here a couple of years back.
Oh, why is that?
That's got nothing to do with the two of you.
Ah, fair enough. Then you don't mind me asking, do you have any other family or relatives, Mrs. Somikawa? I forget. I've spent this entire thing having forgot to set up my favourite part of these fucking streams. I'll go set it up now for the last 2 hours. There we go. I forgot to turn my fucking model lighting on.
Why?
Apologies, I was merely wondering if there were any other descendants.
Dunno, but I'm probably the only one left. That too will come to an end soon enough.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
No more than what I said.
Do you live here by yourself, Mrs. Somikawa?
That's right.
So does she think that her son is dead? I think she might think her son is dead. No, we better wait before broaching this topic. If she realizes that we're after the Teme tobacco, she'll only make it more cautious. By the way, you may consider this the curious whims of a fantasy author, but would you be able to elucidate me on some of the stories you've been passed down in your family?
Now I get it. You also came here because you want to ask about mermaids, huh?
You got me. Alright, you got me there, it's true. But can you blame me? As a fantasy author, it's in my blood. If mermaids truly do exist, then I must state my curiosity.
I knew it. Whatever your motives, you're not getting the Teme tobacco. I'm not falling for one of Ikoma's schemes.
Ugh. Did you just say that Ikoma's after the Teme tobacco?
Oh, so you didn't know? Well, he is. That's exactly why I hid it somewhere, and no one will ever find it.
I see. It must be very precious to you, then. Well, I'm relieved that the unbox found its way to you, then.
So, was there a curse stone inside the iron box?
A curse what?
Don't play dumb. There must have been one.
Well, yes, there was. So you already knew about it. There was indeed a curse stone inside.
That's what I thought. Then how about a trade? You two want the Teme tobacco, didn't you?
Oh, a trade. I didn't think we'd be going this far out. You suddenly shook me when you said you had to take the boat out all of a sudden. To think the Tomato would be hidden at sea. What an incredible plot twist. My apologies. It's just that the writer in me is coming through. It's all too thrilling. You sure can talk. Oh, believe it or not, I'm actually holding back. I can actually go on in great length once I get started. That wasn't praise. There's nowhere to run on an island. No matter where you go, someone's always near, always too loud, grating on the ears. The sea, though, once you get this far out, it's nice and quiet. Nothing but the sound of the waves, no talking, irritating folk or commotion. Only fish swimming without a sound. This is fine. Stop the boat. We're somewhere off the coast of Toba City, accompanied by only the sound of the waves and the cry of seabirds. Did she really hide the tobacco here, in a place with no landmarks whatsoever? And if it's at the bottom of the ocean here, how are we supposed to retrieve it? Mrs. Somakawa used to be an armor diver. Could she be planning to go down and get it herself? I can't shake the feeling that there's something behind me. Whoa! It's one of Cersei's abilities, Shikigami. When someone's name is written on a piece of paper, she can make that paper fly towards that person. They're great for delivering messages or tracking down someone. It's pretty spooked the first time I saw it, but I've gotten used to it. Okay, fine, I didn't just go, whoa, but not because I actually surprised or anything. Is something wrong? It's nothing, don't mind me. What if something happened to Cersei? I'd better read the note. Let's take a look.
Ran into two suspicious people looking for Miss Somikawa. Drove them off now, but be careful.
Seems like something's happened to Cersei's end. Better stay alert, just in case, but I don't think I'll mention this to Mrs. Somikawa. No need to shake her up. So now I know where we are in the timeline. Well, at least I know something else that's happening at this exact same time in the timeline. Okay, good. So will you tell me what you want to trade for tobacco now? You've got the Forsaken Fish Stone with you, right? Sure do. Have a good look at the Forsaken Fish Stone. Looks like the real deal. Alright. I want you to trade the stone for the tobacco, right? You want to trade the stone for the tobacco, right? Figured as much. Well, I'm fine with those terms. Let's do it. No, that ain't it. Oh, that ain't it. No, she wants you to turn her into a fish. She wants to commit suicide. By turning into a fish. You know, I once had a sister. Her name was Mare Sumakara. Oh! Oh? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? So is she lying here? Or could it be that Mare did die and this is her sister? Right? Huh. You say you had a sister, does that mean? Yes, she's gone. Died in an accident to sea about 5 years ago. Is she talking about herself? Or is she, like, is this the truth or is this a lie? So is she actually Yuzu's auntie? Or is it his mum? I see. My condolences. So there was actually another descendant. You folks seem to be putting your hopes on me just because I'm one of the descendants. But the one who actually inherited our duty wasn't me. It was my sister. Your duty? That's right, the duty of the Taishima bloodline. It's been passed down to our family by generations. Even more, our generation would be the one that handled the 400th year since the disaster. My grandpa always said it was particularly important. Thus, it was a duty Taishima's descendants were meant to perform after 400 years. But I was young back then, and I still had dreams of my own. I wanted no part in some annoying duty, so I ran away from home the first chance I got. I pushed all that responsibility onto my sister, but I should have helped her. I see, so that's why your sister was the one who inherited that duty. Okay, so she is talking about her... So, this isn't Yuzu's mum then. Yuzu's mum did die. This is just her sister, and they're incredibly similar. This duty you mentioned, was it to break what remains of the curse of the raging waves?
I suppose they were connected, but lifting the curse would have been a step along the road, but it wasn't the goal.
Oh really? Then what was it?
Well, it was to return the mermaid that was left behind to Issei Bay to Ryugu. That is the real duty of the Shishima bloodline.
Return a mermaid? So it's true, there really was a mermaid stuck in the Issei Bay because she couldn't return to Ryugu.
That's right. Her name was Sobe.
Oh, she come up in our research, so she was real after all.
You see, my sister took on the family duty. It seems she actually met Sobe herself.
She got to meet a mermaid?
After leaving my hometown and making a living as an amateur diver, I'd all but forgotten about the duty I had left behind. I had no idea what our duty actually entailed. When I finally learned the truth, I was crushed by regret.
Regret? Why?
You know, ever since I was a little girl, I'd always been fascinated by mermaids.
Understandable.
I read The Little Mermaid so many times the pages of the book had started to wear away. I could see them in my dreams, over and over. Back then, I wanted nothing more to become a mermaid, and that's what led me to become an amateur diver in the first place. But the true nature of the family duty is only revealed to those who inherit it.
I see. What bitter irony. But couldn't you meet the mermaid after you learned the truth?
My sister took pity on me and attempted to meet me once in secret. My sister, Mare, even shared some of the things the mermaid had told her. But you know, Sobe was a cautious mermaid, who never truly opened her heart to anyone but my sister.
I'm looking at names again. No. I was trying to see if maybe her name was like a misdirection. And that it was, you could remove another letter and end up at Sobe. Or remove some letters and end up at Sobe instead. And she was going to be the mermaid. I think she might be the mermaid still. But she could also be the nun. And she's just forgotten her memories.
Me, on the other hand, she avoided. I was never even allowed as much as a glimpse.
Quite a bitter outcome.
Mare and the mermaid had grown close as friends. They trusted each other. They were inseparable. But she never once showed herself to anyone other than my sister. Not even close relative like myself.
So she hid herself away for 400 years. Was such caution really necessary? Your sister must have been an incredible person to earn the mermaid's trust. Though I can only imagine how hard it must have been to be rejected by an experience you so deeply longed to meet.
Mare moved to Kamishima to be closer to Ryugu, all for the mermaid's sake. Then one day she got married and changed her name to Mare Minikuchi. She seemed so happy.
So she got married on Kamishima?
I was so jealous. I couldn't think straight and ended up lashing out pretty badly. In an attempt to destroy my sister's relationship with the mermaid, I grabbed our family heirloom and ran off.
Ah, the infamous Tamebaka. Oh, yes.
Yeah, the mermaid was supposed to take it back to Ryugu, so our family had carefully kept it for centuries. And so the years went by. Then 5 years ago, I heard that Mare had an accident. Mare had died in an accident. That's why I came back to Doba.
I thought that maybe this meant that duty would be passed on to me. Of course. But by then our parents and all our relatives had already passed away. There was no one left who knew about our duty. There was nothing I could do. I didn't know a thing, not where the mermaid was, nor how to call her. I'd given up. But while I was digging around, that man, Ikoma, found out I was a descendant of Taishima. You see, I was struggling to get by. I'd sold the information my sister had told me about the mermaid. Back then, I was making a living by giving folks a glimpse at the Tama tobacco for a ridiculous price. And that brings us to the present, I suppose. In other words, since your sister died in that accident, your family's duty was never fulfilled? And now you want us to go find the mermaid for you. That ain't it. Dang. I guess it must have been about 3 months ago. I was wandering the coast alone when the mermaid Sobe appeared before me. Oh, you finally got to meet her. She told me this. The seal on Ryogo's gateway has been lifted, so I will be returning. Your sister has done a great deal for me. I now ask that you return the Tama tobacco. Wait, what? The seal was lifted? Perhaps why the curse of raging waves has become active again. So what about the Tama tobacco? Did you return it to the mermaid? I was so overcome with emotion and excitement I told her. I've hidden the relic. If you want it back, take me to Ryogo. You said what? Not being able to fulfill my duty has been weighing heavy on my heart. But in the moment, that pain was gone. On top of that, I figured the mermaid had come to fetch me. Being able to visit the land of mermaids, there'd be no greater happiness than that. But Sobe simply told me it wasn't possible, and she'd forfeit the relic, and with that she was gone. Oh. So the mermaid has already returned to Ryogo then? Ever since then, all I felt is despair and regret. I'm completely empty inside. There's nothing left. My family's duty has been fulfilled. That's what I meant when I said it was all over. Before we discuss the trade, would you like to take the time to listen to my story? Very well, I'm listening. But then the Tama tobacco still exists, doesn't it? Sure does, but... even with such a fancy name, in the end, it's just a grimy old box. I opened it once. Was hoping there'd be some elixir of eternal youth inside or something, but it was completely empty. See? I see, even so. I'd still like to trade for it. You sure? I don't see why, but whatever. It's not like anything matters anymore. I'm just sick and tired of it all. Ugh. In the end, I never did figure out what that Tama tobacco really was. The mermaid forfeited it just like that, so maybe it never had any meaning to begin with. So, what do you want in return? I want to do whatever it takes to become a mermaid. Mrs. Somakawa, don't tell me. You want me to use the cursed stone? Simply returning to the sea. That is my only wish. No, listen, there's nothing even remotely beautiful about the curse of the Forsaken Fish. All it will do is turn you into some twisted half-fish monster, nothing but a grotesque imitation of a mermaid. I know. That's fine with me. This curse is the essence of that mermaid's power. I am ready to offer my life to her. But... whatever you do, I'll just be drowning myself anyway. So you won't be dirtying your hands. All you have to do is use the curse. My wish will be granted and you would be doing me a kindness. That's all there is to it. Just hold on a minute, okay? This is just... The Tama tobacco is hidden beneath the floorboards of my house. Please do this for me. Mrs. Omikawa, wait! She's already gone. She'll come back up if I just wait long. Will she come back up if I just wait long enough? She's nowhere to be seen. Of course, she's an Amadagger after all. It's too late to call for help. Will she even accept it? Damn it, what now? What do I do? Should I grant her last wish? There's surely no worse than helplessly standing about as she drowns herself. Perhaps she was serious about this. She's been dreaming about mermaids ever since she was little. I know exactly how this feels. It may be a curse, but still, I will honor her wishes by unleashing the mermaid's power. It's how she wanted to go. I might be the only one who actually understands Mrs. Somakawa's feelings. If I don't act now, I'd be denying her her final hope and dream. I was forced to use the curse there. It didn't let me choose not to. I'm assuming at a later date. We can choose not to. Because sometimes, I think, sometimes you can make the decision, go back and change your decision for things. We might be able to find a way to convince her not to. Amidst this despair, the curse of the forsaken fish that appeared before her seemed a final chance to have her wish granted. Driven by the regret over what she perceived as a life of wrong choices and consumed by her obsession, she threw herself into Ise Bay and surrendered herself to the curse, ultimately dying due to its effects. Her form, writhing in agony, brought on by her sudden transformation, bore no resemblance to the mermaids she had once so admired as a child, and yet it is said that her expression on her face, when her body was discovered a day later in Fushimigara, seemed somehow content. After that, we managed to quietly retrieve Tobago from beneath the floorboards of Mrs. Somakawa's house. All that was left to secure the dream of immortality was to obtain the mermaid flesh. Since Sobe had already returned to Ryugu, we placed our hopes in the last remaining mermaid, Nagame. But we had to act fast, otherwise Ikoma, or even those Paranormal Affairs Bureau psychics, would get in our way. Might have been the after effects of using the curse, but I got sick the next day and had to spend the full day bedridden at the inn. How pathetic. That's when I heard the news that 2 female divers had gone missing near Toba. The fact that I'd been involved in both incidents made me feel even worse. When Cersei heard the news, she mumbled something with an unreadable expression on her face. I had no choice. There was simply no other way. Or at least that's what I kept telling myself as I struggled to get out of bed. The next day, August 7th, we set out to gather more information. We travelled to Kamishima, the island where Mare Somakawa, or rather Mare Minekuchi, used to live. That was really sad. That lady was not happy. Also, I want to go here. I want to go here. I saw it on the seafloor. I want to see what this does. I think I saw it on the seafloor.
Excuse me?
What?
How and when would you have seen anything on the seafloor?
Huh? Did I say that?
Was you jerk all the time? The symbol matches the one we found on the map.
Oh, you're right. It's identical.
Thus far is to say that the map was leading us to this exact box.
That only makes its identity all the more intriguing. Okay, so it doesn't change. It doesn't change a lot. I thought maybe that was going to be one of those scenes that changes everything. So far, this all needs to move up, because this is when this happens. So I think there's probably going to be a way to stop her from killing herself. But we need to sort some other things in the future first before we can go back and do that. Finally, after our long arduous journey, we have arrived at the fabled island of Kamishima. Are you alright? You don't look so good.
You mean you're completely fine? The whole area is literally oozing cursed energy. I didn't think it was so bad before, but is it getting stronger?
Can you dispel curses?
Minor ones, sure, but this is a whole nother level.
I see. It may be best we don't stay here for long then. Let's ask around as much as we can. When you feel like you've reached your limit, make sure to tell me, okay?
Got it. I'll do my best.
Alright, let's start by asking the locals about mermaid legends first. I'd like to ask around and see if anybody knew Mare Minekuchi as well. That's the plan. Let's move. Oh, okay. So that's the end of his path now. So I guess we'd continue on with this. That was a short one.
I can't do this. It's not fair. Hey, Sukasa, listen, you're okay. There's still a chance.
No, there isn't. Tsukasa, Sato, what's going on?
Well, I'm sorry, we can't explain right now. Tsukasa, come on, we're drawing too much attention here.
I am sus by the fact that Avi keeps breaking the fourth wall at us. Like, I don't trust that.
You feeling a little better now? Yeah, sorry, none of this is your fault, Sato, I know that. And now we've missed the meeting time too. Shudder's probably out there looking for us. Yeah, we'll find him later and apologize. These are the ruins from an old building called the Kantashi Ruins. People hardly ever come here anymore.
I swear, at some point, there's gotta be. Another bird sticker. Let me check these, actually. Oh, this got updated. Why did this get... Okay. The mockingbirds. Because there's, like, hints as to where you can find some of them. Behind the Kamishima poster. Aboard the Sayonmaru. The other ones, some of these I think are the not found ones, are ones we can't do. I just want to check there weren't any that we've, like, secretly, like, could find now.
So you're saying that today was the first time he's ever said anything like that to you? Yeah, I had no idea he would be confessing out of the blue like that.
I mean, I get it now. I know you aren't interested in him, but... I guess I really am still just a kid. I don't have the confidence to confess like that. Getting married, going to Tokyo together, that's like way too much for me to even begin to think about.
Yeah, he just skipped several steps ahead, I guess. Guys from the city are just like that.
Still, you handled it so calmly. I was so impressed.
If you say so.
You were so calm and collected. I swear, I can hardly believe you're the same age as me. I wish I could be that calm. Although you seem a bit different too. Did something happen? I totally only caught the tail end of your conversation back there.
Well, you know, honestly, it's been quite a day. But I was planning to tell you everything.
Huh? Tell me what? You're kind of scaring me with that serious look.
What I'm about to tell you is going to sound completely insane for all sorts of reasons. Every word of it is true, and you do believe me, okay?
Okay, scary.
So this morning, Mr. Makuma comes to me.
What? I don't even. You can't be serious. You're going to be offered up as a sacrifice tomorrow? And what? Some cursed zombies coming to the island? And you died and came back? Are you actually being serious?
Yeah, or at least Mr. Wakamoto is completely convinced that's the case. Shotaro said it was all nonsense, but he didn't believe a word of it.
This is not okay. That's seriously messed up. You said before you don't really remember much about your past, right? But claiming that you died, that has to be bullshit. Sato, why aren't you saying anything?
So Casa was in pieces earlier, but at least she seems to have calmed down a bit now. I mean, after something like that, of course she'd be upset. So things have gotten a bit messed up now. But I still think you need to tell Shotaro how you feel.
Huh? You really think so? But he's clearly into you, not me.
I mean, I don't think his feelings are just gonna flip once you tell him. In fact, I'd be more worried if he changed his mind that easily.
Guess that's true.
That said, letting him know your feelings is the best way to have him realize you're an option for him. I'm pretty sure up until now he just hasn't been paying attention. He hasn't noticed all the great stuff about you.
I realize I'm an option. I'm not sure that's the problem.
You never know. Even if he doesn't respond to you right away, his feelings could always change over time. Just look at you. You're cute, you're smart, and you're a great person. You've got every reason to be confident.
You're making me blush. It does sound convincing coming from you. I mean, I was totally ready to just throw it out there and see what would happen after all. But now you're starting to make me think I might actually have a shot.
Exactly. No need to rush. Just take your time and let both your feelings develop.
Thanks, Sato. You're right. I just can't give up. I'm gonna go ahead and tell him. But you really are good at this, Sato. You must be super experienced with all this.
Of course I am. They don't call me a living encyclopedia for nothing.
Oh yes, Miss Encyclopedia. I almost forgot about that.
I almost forgot too. So, did you finish writing your love letter?
Well, I did finish it, but I ripped it up and threw it away.
Oh, damn.
Don't worry, I'll write another one today. It's probably a good thing I get a review. First one was all me anyway.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
I suppose I'll need one more thing, Sato. You'll need to invite Shotaro over for me again.
Yeah, that I can do. I can get him to come over, even if it kills me.
Thanks, but I'd rather you didn't get killed over this. Alright, time to rewrite this love letter.
Hello?
Sato, you okay?
Well, I don't know.
Oh. Okay, so we need to think.
I don't think I could keep hiding the truth about myself for much longer. Yeah, she deserves to know. I should tell her. About me, about my past.
That said, I feel like whatever's going on with you is way more serious.
Yeah, about that. Do you think we can talk for a bit? I have something important to share.
Whoa, what's that serious face again? You're kind of scaring me.
Well, truth is, some of my memories have started coming back. Just a few.
Wait, really? That's great. So, what did you remember?
Well, I want to keep this just between us for now. Is that okay?
Yeah, of course, totally.
I mean, when you said you couldn't believe we were the same age. You're right. In truth is, I might look quite young, but I've actually been around for a very long time.
Oh, so that's what you've been hiding. I knew something was up. I knew it. So how old are you? Already 20?
No, a little older than that.
Whoa, I need to get even higher. Alright, then let's take a big jump. 23.
I guess I lied. I'm actually a lot older than that, I think, at least.
A lot older? Not sure where to guess. So you're not going to tell me you're secretly some ancient grandma, are you?
Yeah, that's about right.
Huh?
Also, that part of me dying and coming back, that might have some truth to it, too.
Huh?
Yeah, so in other words, I'm actually an immortal girl with an immortal body. Nice to meet you.
There's no way. Wait, are you actually being serious here?
Yep, completely serious.
I mean, I always thought you said some pretty weird things. But this one takes the cake. Guess you did always kind of have a strange vibe about you. Hearing about this does sort of make sense. But like, how did that even happen?
Well, it's so long ago I barely remember. But long ago, for some reason I can't quite remember, I ended up eating the flesh of a mermaid.
The flesh of a mermaid? Oh, I've actually heard stories about that. Eating a mermaid flesh is supposed to make you immortal, right?
Exactly, that's the stuff.
No way. So the stories were real? You have an immortal body that you've been alive for hell knows how long?
Yeah, that sums it up.
So how old are you really?
Well, I'm not too sure. I'm not really the forgetful type, but I think there was a human limit to how much I could ever remember. And then, living normally, you wind up forgetting stuff from a long time ago, right?
Guess so, maybe. I've only been alive 17 years, I wouldn't really know.
Oh yeah. The oldest memory I can still remember probably goes back several centuries at least.
Damn, so really are an ancient grandma.
No, I was only 17 when I ate the mermaid flesh, you know. So I wasn't exactly lying about my age. In terms of looks, I'm still spry, a young 17-year-old.
Well, I'm sure, I can't argue with that. But you're saying you're actually immortal? I think that holds my surprises for today.
You believe me?
Of course, you joke around a lot, but I trust you when you say you're serious.
Thank you.
So she is Orihime then. Not Orihime. She is Osato. She is Osato. She's the real Osato. The one that all of the immortal 800-year-olds, the 800-year immortals are based on her. So have you really did become immortal from eating the flesh of a mermaid? Then I guess handing you over to some bigwig like this Umane no Kodono actually starts to make sense.
Yeah, but if I get handed over to him, I'm pretty sure he'd figure it out. Who knows what could happen?
Right? That'd be bad news. No telling what he'd do after that. And if it's the truth, then I guess there's no point making excuses either.
Exactly.
What about that curse of the raging waves? Is that true too?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's real too. I think I'm somehow connected to that place called Taishima that came up in the curse's story.
Oh, you are?
Even so, I don't think I caused the curse. At least, I hope not.
So you're saying you're on Taishima like 400 years ago?
Yeah, I think so. I can't remember what kind of person I was back then, though.
Even so, I can't believe the old man just straight up said he was going to hand you over tomorrow.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how to get out of that.
Well, I'm going to help you, obviously. How about you really do just run away to Tokyo with Shotaro then?
I'd rather not. It has to be a better way.
Yeah, even as I said it, I realised I didn't really thought it through very much.
Let's take this one step at a time. Besides, I don't think the curse will just disappear if I leave the island.
Yeah, even if you were the curse, that would mean they would just have kicked you off the island, right? Kind of feels like the old man's just trying to pin everything on you.
Yeah, there has to be some reason behind it. Either way, if we could somehow set this curse, the raging waves or whatever, we'd probably solve all my problems.
Probably, yeah, but how are we supposed to stop the curse when we don't even know what it is? I always thought all this curse stuff was just occult nonsense, and I never thought it could be real.
Well, they are. Spirits and curses really do exist, no doubt about it. It's totally normal to live with them way back when, so it surprised me that these days everyone acts like they're not real.
No, right. They're so real. Well, I suppose you being here is already past the real and into the mythical. Guess I gotta rethink what's normal. I guess that means our best chance at the moment is probably out in your memory somewhere. Do you really not remember anything about what you were doing before you washed up on the island?
No, well, I now remember that I was on Taishima 400 years ago. Everything between then and waking up here is completely blank. I'm guessing I may have been asleep somewhere for the last 400 years, or something like that.
Damn, how'd something like that even happen? You think it's connected to whatever happened to Taishima? Oh, wait! Question. Theory positing to chat. They said that Princess Hasune sacrificed herself to keep the thing sealed. And the same thing happened with the box, where the box was sealed in stone. The box was sealed in stone to stop it until the seal broke, right? What if they did the same thing to her? And she's Princess Hasune, not... What if she's Princess Hasune and not Osato? What if she's Princess Hasune and she... And by sacrifice, they mean that she, like, trapped herself in the rock or in the area where the gate is to prevent something, like, to keep it sealed or to keep the god entertained or whatever. And now that the seal broke, because they said that she popped up the same time as the earthquake that meant the seal broke. Meaning, does that mean that she the reason that she appeared is because she's been locked away in the bottom of the seafloor. And when the earthquake happened, it released her, the box, and the hole. That is obviously the entrance to the region. Ryugu. That makes sense to me, is that she's actually Princess Hatsune. Or something along those lines. Damn, how'd something like that even happen? You think it's connected to whatever's happened to Tashma?
Yeah, probably.
Still sleeping for 400 years? It's just unreal. Feels like something out of a story. Oh, wait! They said something about... no, the theory, the dots they're connecting. They said that it would be weird for that guy, the guy that adopted Princess Hatsune, to adopt Princess Hatsune, because he wasn't that much older than her. Because she looked 17 when he adopted her. What if she was already immortal by that point, and she'd been living as an immortal for a while, and then the stuff with Taishma happens. She's adopted by the cult leader on Taishima. That all happens. She sacrifices herself into the pit with the hole and the box that contains the fish curse. And then the earthquakes happened and all three things are released at once. But she's both Princess Hatsune and Osama. Or Osato. She's Osato, Princess Hatsune, and Sato. She's all three people at once. They're all the same person. I think that might be it. I think she's been immortal for a very long time. And she was already immortal when she was adopted by Taishima before it sank. Because they did mention that the age ranges were weird between her being adopted, or Hatsune being adopted, and yeah. Interesting. I think that might be the case here. I think Osato, Hasune, and Sato are all three the same person. I mean, you fit right into society so naturally. It's hard to believe you're not from the same era.
I was quite lost at first, but I didn't want to cause a scene, so I tried really hard to fit in. Everything had changed so much, there were surprises around every corner. It was pretty overwhelming at first.
Can imagine, it's like that old tale of Oshima Taro. You come back in centuries of gone by.
Yeah, now you mention it, it's quite similar. And it's nice how the tale of Oshima Taro is still being told even now. But you know what amazed me the most? TV. It was incredible how much I could learn from it.
So that's why you're always glued to the TV. Still, it's amazing. I can't believe you managed to blend in so naturally just from watching the TV.
Yeah, it was actually easier than expected. It felt more like visiting a country with a different culture than jumping through time. I guess since I barely remembered anything from my past, there wasn't much to get in the way of learning the stuff.
Right, I guess that's why you seemed a bit distant when you first arrived on the island.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was in such a pain.
You were just scared, right? You had no memories, and you were thrown into a completely different era.
I was lucky though, everyone on the island was so kind, and it helped a lot.
Still, I can't believe the old man wants to offer you as a sacrifice. That's so messed up. I wish you could remember a bit more about yourself, though. Aren't you even a little curious about who you were? Doesn't it worry you?
Really? I mean, I was probably just another person. Doubt it was anyone special.
Don't say that, you never know. Well, either way, I'll just have to make a bunch of good memories for the new you.
That sounds good. Even these last few months have been filled with great memories for me.
Hang on, I just realised. You really are immortal, Sato. Every time you said even if it kills me, you kind of left out the part where it's not actually possible.
Damn, you're right. That does sound bad now. Wait, no, it's the opposite. It means I'm so determined that I'd risk dying despite my immortality.
So coming from you actually carries even more weight. Got it.
Phew, I think I spun that one pretty well.
You know, I can hear you, right?
actually felt kind of relieved.
Huh?
Even after learning all this about me, you aren't treating me any different.
Well, yeah, you're still you. Nothing's really changed for me.
Thank you. I'm glad I could tell you the truth. Usually when people find out, they freak out and quickly pull away. I was worried you'd do the same.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why some people might distance themselves if they found out. Yusa's mom was totally shunned when people started blaming her.
Huh?
Anyway, don't worry. I won't tell us all. Your secret's safe from me. Talk about Yusa's mother.
Hey, you thought Yusa's mom was shunned for something? Also, you ever told me that she passed away in the Kasumishima Southern Sea disaster 5 years ago.
Oh, right, you wouldn't know about that. Well, I guess it's not exactly something you'd share with a guest on the island. Truth is, they pinned the blame for the whole disaster on her. Said it was Mare's fault.
Seriously, but why?
No idea. People just started saying she was some kind of bad omen or something. Though she never really fit into the island, but there was no reason to treat her like that. It's probably why things felt so tense when Yura came back to the island a few months back. Figured folks were just joking around, so I didn't really think too much about it.
It's cruel, even after she's gone.
But you know, it's quite similar to what's happening to you right now. The old man called you the same thing they called her. What was it? The Raging Waves Curse Bearer?
Wait, so they said Mare was the source of the curse too?
Mm-hmm. That is weird, but what does it mean? Could it be Yusa's ma was actually like you? Like, she was also immortal?
Huh?
Or maybe she didn't really go missing. It was actually sacrificed to Una Kodama.
So I don't that they don't make the same mistake from 5 years ago, so I don't think that's it.
Right, so maybe I'm overthinking it. Still, I wonder if Yusa or Suyo know anything about this curse of the Raging Waves.
Yeah, I'm not exactly an easy topic to bring up. But we don't really have any other leads. Let's go talk to Suyu. We can ask her about Mari and the curse.
But wait, if Yusa's ma really was this curse bearer or whatever, that means she dragged not only herself and her family, but the whole island into a storm, and that's kind of a crazy thing to think about.
Yeah, I can imagine she'd do it on purpose. Maybe at the very least she didn't know about it, but even then...
Still awful. Either way, the outcome was such a terrible one. No, this curse bearer stuff has to be total bunk. I'm not buying it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. But then where did all these curse bearer rumors come from in the first place? There's gotta be a way to prove they're unfounded.
Bet you anything it's that so-called Sasuro the old man's been talking to. Has to be. Maybe we could go shake him out of him until he admitted it was all made up.
Well, it's a bit extreme, but if we could pull it, we could clear things up.
Though even if we prove you're not the curse bearer, they're still gonna come after you for being immortal.
So yeah, they want me because I'm immortal, not just because of the curse.
Man, I really want to believe all this curse bearer stuff is just nonsense. There's gotta be something else we can do. The only other people I can trust from here are Asmi and Yusa. If we ask them, I bet they'd help. Would you rather I didn't tell them? I mean, it's pretty sure they can keep it secret, but...
Yeah, I'd rather avoid telling anyone else.
Gotcha. Well then. Maybe we could
just go hide out somewhere until tomorrow. Buy a little time.
But where could we hide? Oh. But I'm not sure that's the right choice here. Not even sure if I should mention it.
What is it?
Oh, whatever. You trust me with your secret, so I guess it's only fair I show one too.
Oh, you have a secret too?
Keep this between us, okay? It's about my pa, actually.
Wait, your dad? But I thought you grew up with just your mum.
I did. That's why I got curious about who my pa was and started digging on my own. Didn't have much to go on, but I managed to piece together. Maybe I got a knack for detective work.
It's incredible. A detective just like TV.
Ooh, Ichi knows. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, it turns out he's a very rich guy from Ise. Apparently way back, my ma used to work as a maid at his estate.
What does that mean?
You guessed it, I'm his illegitimate child.
Oh, that's a rough one.
I mean, I kind of suspected it anyway already, so it wasn't a huge shock or anything. Besides, he's been sending child support this whole time, so I'm grateful, honestly.
Your life really is like a TV show.
Anyway, I've actually snuck off to meet him a few times.
You met your dad? All on your own? And that it wasn't a problem?
Surprisingly, yeah, he was happy to see me. He even said he wanted to meet me too. Took me out for dinner a couple times and all.
Oh, nice, but you're smart and cute, so I see why he'd be proud.
Yeah, I've got no complaints about the life I have now with Ma. I'm not out to shake him down for cash or stir up trouble or anything. That said, I never told Ma that I met with him. There's still bad blood there, apparently.
Oh, that's not good.
Nobody on the island knows about this, so you're the first person I've told.
What? Turned on to a full-on secret swap.
Anyway, worst case scenario, I thought we could maybe ask my pa for help. He's pretty rich, so he could probably arrange a place for you to hide a while. Might help us buy some time to look into this curse.
Oh, that's quite the connection to have. Thanks for sharing with me. Having a place to lay low would be great, but won't you be suspicious if we don't explain things?
Honestly, I'm not sure. Could we either lie to him or risk telling the truth? And personally, I'd rather not lie to him. Do you think it's better to keep your secret even from my pa?
Yeah, sorry, I'd rather not anyone know.
I get it. If we're good at it, it'd probably stir up a whole lot new mess. Let's keep that as our last resort then.
It's a great idea though. Thanks. Hey, so Casa, I just had a thought.
Yeah, what is it?
This Kadona guy, he says he was a way to break the curse of the raging waves, right?
Yeah, that sounds like it. That's why he's offering an exchange for you, right?
Then what if we somehow stole it from him?
A bold idea. You mean we fake the trade and swipe it instead?
No, I mean, what if we just snuck into Kadona's place and took it?
So we've had our detective arc and now we're going undercover. Are we spies now?
Yeah, okay, that's probably not very realistic.
I do think it's a bit of a stretch, but we don't exactly have the skills or intel for a spy mission. No, there was some way to break the curse, the raging waves. That'd solve everything.
Exactly. If we were meant to stop the curse of the raging waves, maybe those two we met yesterday can help. But they didn't seem to have a plan, so maybe that's not a great idea. People used to call Mari the curse bearer of raging waves, so maybe Sui will know something that can help. We don't really want to worry her, but we don't really have any other ideas. Let's go talk to her.
Come on, let's go talk to Sue.
Yeah, and we should go apologize to Sotoro too.
Alright. Let's go have a look at the bay first, I think.
This is when we were supposed to meet Sotoro.
Of course, nobody's gonna wait forever. We'll wait for the Wakama residents because I'm entirely sure something odd is gonna happen when we go there.
Hello? Anybody home?
Doesn't look like anyone's here.
Oh, well, guess we have to wait to talk to Suyu. I'll come back later.
Oh, look at Shotaro isn't home.
Yeah, no one's here right now. Eek! It's just the van. That scared me. What are we supposed to do now? Kamishiro Maru, help us out here. We came back here thinking Shotaro might be around, but now I think about it, there's a good chance they could run off to Mr. Wakama too. That could get awkward. So you keep glancing at the phone with concern. Well, it's someone else's house. Can't blame her for being curious.
Sota, the phone's ringing.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Shouldn't you go get it?
I guess I should. I'm not really sure.
Well, don't look at me. What do you normally do?
Pick it up. The least I can do while I'm staying here.
Well, there you go. Just pick it up then.
Yeah, I guess so. Makes sense.
Checking roof. Checking. Everything full bird sticker. No bird sticker. Pick up.
I get it. Hello, I am my residence.
You one of the Rakumas?
Actually, I'm from the Wakama family is home. No one from the Wakama family is home right now. Would you mind calling back later?
Wait, really? Then that means you must be that immortal girl.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. Is this a prank call or I'm hanging up?
Something about his tone really irks me. So this is where you've been hiding. This is where you've been hiding. No. I need to get my old man voice because I know who this is. I can't remember what voice I did for him. So this is where you've been hiding. Took me forever to find you.
Who is this?
My dear Osato, it's been a while.
He knows you? So this is a prank call. I'm hanging up now.
Well, hold it. Don't you hang up on me, you little shit. I know exactly who I'm talking to.
Saki actually knows who you are, Shadow. I think he might be our chance to get some new info. Why do you get a bad feeling about this?
So, my dear little Osato, I hear Okudono is got his eye on you now.
You're awfully well informed. Mind telling me who you are?
But all the people out there, it was Okudono who found out. Damn, that geezer's gonna hunt you to the ends of hell.
Who the hell are you? Tell me!
Okay, so it's not who I thought it was then. I don't have to do the old man voice, though I can't remember what I did. Whoa, you're really fired up. Hang on, wait. You fucking serious? You don't remember me? For real? That's real harsh, after everything we had. That passionate talk about our future together.
Wait, what? Come on, just because I don't remember you, it doesn't mean you get to start spouting nonsense.
You know if it's nonsense soon enough. And listen, I'm actually the one trying to help you here, you know? Might want to hear me out.
What do you mean?
So, this Onakadono, he's a psycho old man funneling cash into the researching immortality. If he gets his hands on you, you'll be strapped to a table in his lab where he cuts you open alive. He'll sit there watching as you die and regenerate as all a part of his fucked up experiments. On which you're all healed up, slice and dice again, rinse and repeat, over and over. Sounds fun, huh? That's straight up torture. Even if your body's immortal, the pain is all real. Becoming his sacrificial guinea pig would be nothing but hell on earth.
You sure you know a lot about this?
Well, yeah, that's why you should come to me instead. Doesn't sound no bad, no, does it, Osato?
Huh?
I'll take you into my protection before you're handed over to Onakadono. All you need to do is shut up and do as you're told, woman. Oh, hell no.
You think I'd ever grovel to a nameless creep like you? You've got another thing coming. I refuse.
You remember when we meet, I promise. So here's the deal. Get on today's last ferry to Toba Port. Come alone. Got it? No.
What? Not a chance.
Damn right, she isn't going anywhere with you.
So do us both a favour and number contact me again.
Oh, come on, is that really how you're going to play it? Listen, if you don't show up when I say, I'll tear through every last of us on this island. Slice them all into fucking pieces. Sound good to you? That's what happens when people defy me. No mercy, just punishment.
What?
I'll say it once more, my dear Osato. If you don't want this island to be a bloodbath, get on the last ferry. Come to Toba Port, alone. This is your last chance. You get that, right?
When you say no mercy, just punishment, what exactly are you talking about here?
Oh, you know. I have this little curse power, and let's say, it can be pretty fucking potent.
Another curse?
I guess I could show it off by cursing every woman on the island, kill them all off one by one. How's that sound? That way everyone else on this island will see the one girl who doesn't die and, well, guess your secret's out.
No.
So yeah, better just do as I say. No point fighting it. I've already got an assassin mixed in with the locals. Everything's set.
An assassin? Mixed in with the locals?
Yep, and they're fucking nuts. Give them a curse and they were way too thrilled to use it. Dead serious too. Eyes like a psycho killer. You get those sometimes. Natural killers. Pretty sure they're already made their move, and unless I call them off, they ain't stopping. Is he being serious? I'll check with you again after the first body drops, but I really recommend you make the smart choice before that. Anyway, Fairy's leaving soon, so tick-tock, my dear Asato. Don't keep me waiting.
What? This is bad. You heard that, right?
Yeah, killing people with curses? No way.
Okay, first things first, calm down. Let's talk things over with Tsukasa. The last fairy lives in like less than an hour now. If I don't get on it, this whole island's in trouble. All that talk about curses and killing people, and we still have no idea who it even was. Felt like he knew something about your past, too. Yeah, but as far as I can remember, I honestly have no idea who he is. They knew about Ugunakodono and his research, so they're definitely involved in some way or another.
Then maybe it's someone who doesn't get along with Unakodono and wants to steal you away from him.
Makes sense. Trying to help me is probably just a front, so his real goal has got to be something like that.
Or maybe he just acted like he knew you to put you at ease.
Could be, but if he really wanted to put me at ease, I don't think he had the right tone.
Yeah, that attitude was nothing but reassuring. Like, was he actually serious? Think you go along with all that just because he barked it at you?
Not to mention trying to curse people on the island to death. It's hard to tell how serious he was.
Well, one thing's clear. His bad news.
Oh, wait, someone's coming home.
Well, you came back, eh, Saturn? Saturn. What's wrong, girl? You look like you've seen a go. You look like... Let me get the voice back. Southern... No, because I've got farmer on the brain, and I can't do Southern well. I've got farmer on the brain. Southern...
Well, we just got a strange threatening phone call.
Oh, well, tell me more. I've got that guy's voice stuck in my mouth now. There's somebody we don't even know who wants you sent off to the last fairy today.
Yeah, they said if I don't go there, we'll be stuck with no mercy, just punishment.
Ugh, just trying to snatch you out from under Kodono's nose. Always some fools trying to play smart. Pulling a stunt like that won't just get you on Kodono's bad side. A hell of a lot worse than that. I know that fool's call. You're going to Kodono tomorrow like we planned.
Okay.
Oh yeah, totally should have said something earlier, but I'm totally against this whole sacrifice nonsense. Hey, old man, if we can't lift the curse of the raging waves before tomorrow, the Soto doesn't have to be offered as a sacrifice, right? Well, yeah, if that's possible. But that curse stumped even the finest sorcerer I know. You need a solid proof for it to be broken. That's fine. Wait, what else did he say? Something about an assassin?
He said someone wielding curse power was mixed in with the locals and is already proceeding with their plans.
Think it could be true? Most likely bluffing, but the folks look into it just in case. Either way, we nab an assassin first there ain't nothing to worry about. This is my Kashima. I don't like hearing the unknowns mixed in with my people.
I'm seeing as we're being threatened by a curse. Couldn't you just ask the sorcerer you trust to help us deal with it?
Not happening. Too short notice. Even just one consultation takes a whole month of back and forth with their manager for appointment. Not to mention you can't even imagine how much it costs. You don't trouble someone like that over some damn fool's prank call when it's probably just a bluff.
Seriously? It's that big a deal? Guess neither of the two we bumped into yesterday were the sorcerer then.
Huh? Who are you talking about? Yesterday we spoke to a man and a woman in traditional clothes who asked where this place was. They didn't stop by. Oh right, yeah, some shady looking folks came round. Said there was something about a great storm curse drawing near and told me I should warn everyone to prepare for evacuation. Wait, so even people from outside the island know about the curse of raging waves? But then exactly who were they? Base man claimed they were with the police or some such, but something smelled fishy to me. They were rambling on about mummies and whatnot. Didn't make a lick of sense. Ain't got time to mess with folks like that. Told them I already knew them to told them to get lost. And even a straight spirit can sense when this island's affected by a curse right now. They were just scam artists using that to spout announcements and squeeze out donations. Bunch of crooked sockets, that's all. Got no time to be dealing with folks like that.
Huh? Is that really all it was? Something about it's nagging at me. Is this curse of the raging waves definitely real?
I already told you, as real as they bet.
So you're gonna do it now, old man?
First off, saying you ain't going nowhere. Stay put till after our docks on the mainland.
You sure that's safe?
Curses or not, there's no way anyone go around killing off a bunch of people and it ain't practical. That said, someone sneaking in as assassin, that could happen.
I see.
But even their curse was just a bluff. They're clearly planning something. No way I'm gonna let it slide. Threatening them to just not me but una Cadona, they'll regret messing with us. I'll smoke them out myself and have them confess to all of that bullshit.
Yikes, he's pissed.
You two stay right here, got it?
He's gone, spit out like a bullet. So what now? He told us to wait here, but... I don't need to catch the ferry anymore. Still feels like a waste of time sitting here. Let's go see if we can find Suyu. Sounds good. If we can find a way to stop the curse of the raging waves, that'd be zero reason to sacrifice you. Let's go.
About an hour and a half later.
Well, we definitely learned a lot more after speaking with Suyu. Huh, Sukasa?
Damn it. Listen, there's no way I'm letting them sacrifice you, not for anything.
Thanks, Sukasa. Sorry I got so worked up.
Don't worry about it, that's just who you are.
Yes, the last ferry should have reached the mainland by now.
Yeah, I think old man managed to find that assassin.
Let's go see what's going on outside. Not like we have much else to do now.
Yeah.
Let's go see what's going on outside. The whole assassin thing is terrifying, though.
Okay. And then this is going to be the scene where she gets slashed, right? Oh, look, a Shotaro. Hey, you two. Perfect timing. Old man's been stomping around this wild look on his face, asking people if they've seen anyone suspicious. You two ain't anything about that?
Actually, yeah, we do. So I guess we're trying to track down that assassin who's blending in on the island somewhere.
The people really do announce strikes like that over the phone. But I'm glad the old man didn't just take the bait. It's probably the right call. But if it's not just Anukodona's people after you, then we got a new problem on our hands.
Yep.
I still don't trust him.
Sun's starting to go down. Maybe that's part of it. Something feels off.
Aha! I found a bird. There was a bird. I found it.
Even with everything going on, he still manages to stay calm. I know it's not fair to lean on him when things are tough, but his confidence makes it hard not to.
So the so-called assassin really has slipped in among the others, running around blindly like an old man won't get us anywhere. We don't have enough to go on yet. It's hard to say anything for sure. But at very least, we're looking for people with regular contact with those on the island.
Right, anyone who really leaves the island isn't likely a suspect. So that means people like Shotaro and me who live off the island most of the time are the most suspicious?
Given the situation, yeah. You know, it's also possible that the caller and the assassin are both working for Onikadona.
Wait, why would you think that?
It's possible that either never had the means to lift the curse of the raging waves like he promised, and never intended to hand it over in the first place.
Oh, I get it. The way he could just get Sato without keeping the end of the bargain, his end of the bargain. Plus, he could also turn around and pin everything on your old man.
Exactly. Sharp as ever, Sukasa.
Thanks.
Either way, if someone is like that's really out there, we need to stay on guard.
Definitely. sorry about missing our meeting today. I was the one who asked you and didn't end up showing up. Something urgent came up and I couldn't make it.
Oh, alright, thanks. Well, stuff happens, I'm not mad or anything, but I do wish you brought it up a little sooner.
Right, sorry.
Mind telling me what exactly happened?
Oh well, something unexpected came up and kind of threw off my whole schedule.
You can't say any more than that. You're not going to tell me what you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I can't tell you that either yet, sorry.
Right. Well, whatever. Let's just say you owe me one.
Owe you one?
Yeah, sometime when I need it, you'll have to do something for me.
Wait, that's not...
Fair? It's not her fault. I'm the one who caused all the problems today.
You see, I was actually the one who... Let's just stop it. This isn't time for that.
But if I don't, you'll... Well, why do I feel like I'm the bad guy here? You're the one who didn't show up. No, you're not the bad guy. It's my fault. I'm sorry. No, it's on me. Sato didn't do anything wrong. Okay, relax. For the sake of your friendship, I'll let it slide. Let's just reschedule for another time.
Right, thank you. Thank you.
Things are a little hectic today, so we can talk about that more some other time. So, about getting you out of that whole sacrifice mess.
Yeah, about that.
I've been thinking, and maybe it's best if we leave for Tokyo together first thing tomorrow. Lay low for a while. Yeah, I know, it looks like I'm just using this chaos as an excuse, but... At this point, I don't think I can offer any other options. What do you think?
Well, first off, thanks for thinking it over for me. But, would it be okay if I gave it a little more thought?
Sure, but if you take the ferry, my old man will catch on. If you want to go, you'll have to be on a small boat quietly, just after dawn. Need time to set things up, so I need your answer by tonight.
Okay, I'll think it through.
Huh?
Huh? What's wrong?
Looks like you got something caught in your bangs.
No, how embarrassing.
You're always so calm and collected. I guess everyone has their moments.
Wait, you want me to take a look? No, it's okay. Still got that hand mirror on me. Let's take a look. Ah, there it is. Is it a feather? When did that get there? Got it. That looks better. What the? What the hell is that? Or is that something? There's something behind me. Huh? What was that? I should check.
You okay? There's nothing behind you. Sato, what's wrong?
I could have sworn it was right around here. There's nothing there. Maybe I imagined it. Shit, that hurts.
I'm more and more convinced that he is the assassin. Because that was very suspicious. How he points out that she has a feather in her hair. And then suddenly the curse happens. I want to bet that that's something to do. Like looking in the mirror is what activates the curse or something.
Damn it, it hurts. It hurts. It's straight through me. My insides are on fire. This is it, isn't it? I just died. What happened? Also, Kaza, I'm sorry. They got me. So this is the power of a curse then. It's real. I saw something for a split second and then it had cut me down. Okay, just relax. Breathe nice and slow. This is bad. People are coming over. It's turning into a scene. Oh no. Not here, everyone will see. Damn it. Everyone will know I can heal. Why I do, they're all panicking. No choice, just act dazed, clueless, then run away while I can.
Okay. Well, we've got to continue on her path. The slash from the curse leaves Sato with a large wound on her chest. She dies, but only for a moment, and then she resurrects in front of everyone, revealing that she is no normal person. She escapes in a panic, unsure of what will happen next. Okay, I will bring up his profile. Where is he? There you go. Honestly, I was expecting them to show up more. I feel like they're going to show up more later. Here he is. Here's your husband as a treat. The only psychic detective. I'm just going to quickly have another read. No, there's nothing new added to his profile yet. We haven't seen him and, like, Yoshi. We haven't seen some of these characters in a while.
Huh? Was I asleep? Oh, right. I got attacked out of nowhere, right in the middle of Chill Street. Every time I come back to life, my head always is foggy, my memory's all over the place. Let's see, after I was cut down, everyone saw me resurrect, so I panicked and started running around trying to hide. But in the end, Mr. Wakamura found me, told me to stay put in the house and keep my head down. Sounds like things are getting pretty chaotic on the island, all because of me. Apparently, Mr. Wakamura told everyone he would handle it, which just helps smooth things over. So what now? Kamishiro Maru, so as your spot, it's weirdly reassuring to see him. It's already pitch black outside. It's quiet, too quiet. It's putting me on edge.
I think that shrine's got to be something, right? That shrine is going to be something.
The phone's quiet now. Let's just hope it stays that way. No signs of anyone out there. I wonder where Mr. Wakamura is. Now everyone knows I can't die. Be that as it may, I've still got something I need to do. That's it. Time to see it through. Today's been so hectic, I need to take a second to gather my thoughts and figure out what comes next.
Threatening phone call.
Earlier today, I got a creepy call demanding I turn myself in. They said if I didn't comply, an assassin with a curse would stalk young people. I didn't go. I'm sure that later in the evening, I was struck out of nowhere by some invisible slash and killed. Whoever did it was probably testing whether I'd really come back to life, while also showing off their power, all in one go. It worked perfectly. The island went into panic, and with people both terrified of me, not dying, and the one who attacked me, it really was an assassin mixed in amongst the locals who used a curse to do all that. We're in serious trouble. Curse that can kill someone instantly from a distance. That's not just dangerous, it's terrifying. None of the curses I've ever known worked like that, and they were never that convenient or all-powerful. They say when you curse someone, you're cursing yourself as well. Using a curse always comes with risks, or with strict conditions. To target me so precisely in that exact moment, the place from somewhere I couldn't even see, there must have been some really specific conditions to pull it off. I should try to recall the close slash that hit me and see if there was anything I can remember. That attack, it was brutal. I changed clothes and the wound's gone now, but can't stop the cold sweat, my body still remembers the pain. I'm the only one who can get to the bottom of this curse. I need to think back, remember exactly what happened when I was cursed. Seems that Mr. Wakamura still hasn't figured out who the assassin is either. Whoever they are, they're blending in with the locals, triggering the curse with ease. As far as I know, only a psychic with a powerful spirit sense could do a curse like that. Is there really someone like that on the island? There has to be some kind of clue. Was there any sign? Anything at all before I was struck? Wait, that's right, just before I was slashed. I saw someone reflected in the hand mirror, a mysterious shadow. If I remember correctly. It looked like a warrior in armor carrying a sword. Wait a second, could it be? Was that the curse of the Hike I heard about yesterday? A curse that delivers a single hate-fueled strike from a sword. And its shadow was already there before I was hit, which means if I can spot the armored shadow warrior shadow again, it would mean the assassin using the curse should be nearby. Sorry, I should have asked more questions yesterday. That cursed shadow. It showed up in the mirror, but when I turned around, there was nothing there. Does that mean maybe it's only visible in mirrors? That's true. I might be able to use this Kamishimaro hand mirror to spot the shadow before the curse strikes. I could go looking for it in the mirror. Maybe I should practice a bit. Right now, if it's a southern sea of Kamishima, the curse of the raging waves is creating a huge storm that is decided to share in the sea. The Zero can whip up a violent storm without warning, that kind that can flip a boat in an instant. Mr. Kwakamura plans to hand me over to the Unukadono to find a way to stop the curse. That handover is supposed to happen tomorrow. But Shotaro is against that plan. This morning he asked if I'd run away with him to escape the island and flee to Tokyo. Yes, I'm giving an answer. Sorry, but I have my reasons. I can't go with Shotaro. For how exactly to stop the curse of the raging waves? That information Shuryu gave us this afternoon might help. I should go over again with everything straight. The killing definitely won't stop just with the attack on me. Even the man on the phone was ranting about killing everyone off one by one. But at least for the moment it seems pretty quiet outside. Still, there's no telling when it will start. If that caller really can will the curse, maybe turning them down wasn't the smartest move. Then again, there's no way I was gonna hand myself over. Just like Shotaro said, there's also a chance the caller was working for Unukadono. Let's try using the mirror, just as a test.
Suyu information.
Earlier today, after Mr. Wakamura told me to wait here, I stuck out and went to talk to Suyu. We learned some rather important info there.
I want to do all this before we look in the mirror, because I get the feeling when we look in the mirror, we're going to get attacked again.
Are you kidding me?
Wakamura is fixing to hand you over to some try and breathe the curse of the raging waves. Treating people like they're nothing but tools, that's just plain awful. Exactly. If we can figure out how to live a curse ourselves, then maybe it won't come to that.
If you know anything about the curse of the raging waves, please, we need your help.
Well, of course, I don't know what to do. We lost you, Sato. Well, I reckon it's time to tell you. I was about to tell User and Azumi later anyway. Come on, you two. I got something to show you. Promise I'll tell User and Azumi tonight, but there's something I need to check. I'll fill you two in first.
Oh, thank you.
So we're actually going to see what the grandma wanted to show in the ending where, right before she was killed. There it is, just as I remember.
See, are you sure you're going to be okay climbing these rocks with your injured leg?
Oh, don't you worry about me. I still got a few tricks left in these old bones. Truth is, I put together a little shrine behind these rocks. Nobody else knows it's there. It's been hidden for ages now. Really? There's a shrine all the way out here.
Oh, is this one of those bronze mirrors? I think I saw one in my history textbook once.
It's kind of old and worn, but it's so small and cute. It's a beauty, alright. It's a beauty, alright, but there's a lot more to it than it looks.
Wait, I know that bronze mirror. No way. Sound of crashing waves and distant roar of the sea fills the air. Weather's so nice, and yet something about it has me on edge.
Let's see what Seer has to say.
So, what exactly is that mirror?
This here used to belong to Mary, Yuzu's mother.
Wait,
Yuzu's ma? Well, to be precise, Mary found it at the bottom of the old well after she came to Kamishima.
the old well? That's where the bronze mirror came from?
Sure is, though I don't know much beyond that, I'm afraid. We need this mirror in order to complete the thing. This is the mirror that's talked about in the thing. Yeah. Anywho, it said that we need to keep it in trance somewhere that overlooked the southern sea, so we tucked it away back here. It was there even back when Mara was still alive, so it's gotta be near 20 years now.
That's a long time.
So, does that mirror have some sort of connection to the curse of the raging waves? Sure does. Listen, I'm about to tell you it's just that Mara once told me. But I trusted her with all my heart, so I'll speak as if I know it all to be true.
Yes, of course.
This curse of the raging waves ain't some tiny little curse that someone can just throw out whenever they like. The massive curse that's been churning down off the southern coast of Kamishima for a good 400 years now, non-stop. Wait, seriously? If that's true, wouldn't there be a huge storm all the time? Here's the thing, the curse has been sealed. All this time, held back. All because of sacrifice offered up 400 years ago.
A sacrifice?
Yes, a real sacrifice.
You don't mean, like, symbolically? You're saying someone was actually sacrificed to keep it at bay?
Exactly. Many, many years ago, someone made the ultimate sacrifice. But thanks to that, the source of the curse was sealed away. And this here bronze mirror supposedly belongs to the very person who was sacrificed.
No way.
Thing is, even with that sacrifice, after 400 years, the effects that held back the curse are getting weaker and weaker.
Wait, really?
So in other words, now that the curse is overpowering its seal, the curse in the raging waves could be loose again? That's how it seems. But at the same time, it seems the curse itself has become a lot weaker over the last 400 years. Even with the seal wearing thin, the power of this bronze mirror has been able to keep it at bay. It's managed to hold back the curse of the raging waves for the past 10 or so years. But the mirror doesn't hold a candle to the real sacrifice, but still, it's got enough power to suppress the curse.
Right, so if it wasn't for that mirror, the curse might have already swallowed up the island. But if that's the case, Mari wasn't the curse bearer trying to unleash the curse at all. In fact, she was the complete opposite. She found the mirror and was trying to build it back, right?
Well, that's true, but it ain't quite the whole story.
What do you mean?
To explain what I mean, I need to tell you about where Mara come from.
I thought no one knew where she came from.
Sorry for keeping it from you, the truth is. Mara was a descendant of a place called Tashima, an island that was wiped off the map long ago.
Wait a sec, Taishima?
And that the place where the curse of the raging waves started, after it got invaded or something? That's the one.
I heard that Mara was a descendant of the people who destroyed Tashima. That she was the one who brought the curse.
Quite the opposite, her ancestors were the ones being destroyed. Well, damn, that just changes the story.
What does that mean exactly?
Mara told me folks from Tashima passed down a duty from generation to generation. A duty? She said it would be 400 years since the disaster during her generation, and that meant she had to be the one to see it through. To carry out that duty, first the curse of the raging waves had to be removed once and for all. They needed to wait for the curse to awaken, and so many a generation passed for that to happen.
The duty wasn't just to stop the curse, that was just the first step.
Right. Mara came down to Karashina because she was meant to fulfill that duty. Apparently she spent years waiting on the island, watching for signs of the curse starting to weaken. Eventually she ended up marrying my little Sosuke, but it seems I was never part of the plan. She often used to joke about it, saying that you never know when or where fate will bring someone into your life.
I had no idea.
And then, come to 5 years ago, 395 years since the curse of the raging waves had begun, she said the time had finally come. The curse was now weak enough. I still remember her saying how she offered the mirror now. She could remove the curse for good. She completed her duty.
Remove the curse for good?
Well, even hearing that, I still only half convinced the curse wasn't just some old folks' tale. Yeah, I don't think anyone can blame you.
So then, what exactly was her duty?
She said she could only tell me once it was over and done with.
Oh, right. The Southern Sea disaster.
In the end, I never got to hear what that duty was. Mara was taken by the sea before she could tell. After that disaster, it was a mess inside. Couldn't think straight for ages. But now, with all this going on, I figured it was time I finally talked about what happened. That day, 5 years ago, out of the blue, Mara said the time had come. She handed out the sea bronze mirror in hand, ready to get a curse for it once and for all. But you know the rest. I reckon she failed to do it.
She failed?
And then that triggered the storm and the whole disaster. That's how it looks. Lincoln Beck, she ain't quite been 400 years yet. Maybe she rushed it, felt like time was running out. Think she tried to end it, and the curse just lashed back, causing a tragedy. I know folks want to blame her. I could never really say anything to stop them. One curious thing, though, Myra took his bronze mirror with her when she set out. But then Yuza was the only one found alive. He had the mirror on him. Maybe that's what saved him. Just him, by some miracle. At the very least, I'm grateful that he came back safe.
Yeah, when they found the Yuza that day, I remember bawling my eyes out. So relieved.
After that, I offered a little prayer of thanks to the mirror and quietly returned it to the shrine in the bay. For the next 5 years, there's been no sign of raging waves. Everything's been calm. Up until now.
That does explain a lot.
But there's still one thing I can't quite make sense of.
What's that?
I know she took Tosuke with her. She was the one who handled the boat. But I never understood why she'd take little Yuza with her, too.
Yeah, that is a bit odd.
Yuza says he don't remember things, so we'll probably never know the truth. Not to mention that Mari's so-called duty also remains a mystery. All that's left is a bronze mirror, and 5 long years since then.
Darn.
Get hoping that maybe the curse of the raging waves will fade away on its own. But now they say it's growing stronger again, and I have to say despair is setting in.
So something just came to mind. Where is it, Tsukasa? Yuza is Mari's son, right? So that means he's also a descendant of Tashima. What if Mari passed on the duty to him, taught him how to deal with the curse? Oh, that's a good point.
Maybe she brought Yuza along just in case things didn't go as planned, to carry things on if she couldn't. Now that you say it, that actually makes a lot of sense. Truth is, I've been wondering if that boy's starting to remember something. Not exactly an easy thing to bring up to him, you know. But since we're finally talking about all of this, I think I better ask him straight.
I see. Though honestly, Yuza couldn't hide anything from anyone, let alone us.
All the same, that boy's as transparent as glass.
Mari tried to end the curse of the raging waves and failed. It cost her her life and caused her disaster. So just offering the bronze mirror wasn't enough. What was it missing?
So listen, Sato. You tell him there's no need to rush with all this nonsense. The bronze mirror is holding the curse of raging waves back for now.
Yeah, and maybe Yuza actually knows how to get rid of the curse in that mirror. Yeah. But it didn't work for Mari, not with the bronze mirror alone. The curse is still out there, so maybe it really does need me to, you know.
Sato, are you okay? You're acting kind of weird.
Thank you, Sue, for telling me about all this. I think it's time I told you about something, too. I actually remembered something the other day, about who I used to be.
Wait, you mean you remembered even more?
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't say anything sooner. Guess I'll just spill it. The one who sacrificed here 400 years ago, that was me.
Huh? What? Wait, hold on, 400 years ago? You pulling my leg at a time like this?
No, you see, the truth is.
Well, I'll be. You'll tell me you're immortal? You promise you ain't pulling my leg? This one's a bit hard to swallow.
I think the reason the curse is getting stronger is because I woke up 3 months ago or so after sleeping deep down on the sea floor. I think me waking up weakened the seal that was holding the curse back.
Well, wait. So when you said you'd been asleep for hundreds of years, you meant you were actually a sacrifice at the bottom of the ocean? That's awful.
That's right, I was sacrificed to seal the curse at its source. But it wasn't to remove it, though. It was just a way to keep it from seeping out. It was a temporary fix, a stopgap until someone found a way to remove it for good. That said, it did last 400 years, I suppose.
That's hard to even imagine.
But after those 400 years, the curse was supposed to have weakened. And the way to end it should have been passed down.
You mean by Mare?
I guess she never had the chance.
Maybe there's a chance she did pass something on to Yuza?
Maybe, but if she didn't, that would mean that I have to be the sacrifice again.
Well, no, Sato, that's not how it has to be.
That has to be the reason I'm immortal.
Sato.
I never should have woken up. Everyone here took me in, even though I didn't remember a thing. I didn't want to lose all that warmth, so I kept it secret. I'm so sorry. But if it comes to it, I'll take responsibility. I'll be the sacrifice again.
No, Sato, don't talk like that. You already protected us for 400 years. That's more than enough. I refuse to let you go through that again. There has to be a reason why you woke up now. You weren't needed to seal the curse anymore. I know it. She's right. You'll find a way to keep you safe through this, Sato.
I got a bit overwhelmed back there. But Suyu and Tsukasa both told me that there was no need for me to be the sacrifice. Still, I can't help but feel I have to do something. Of course, if there's anything I can do to avoid being sacrificed, I'll do it. After talking with Suyu, we put the bronze mirror back in the shrine. With the curse so unstable right now, moving it away from the shrine seemed to be a bad idea. Suyu says she plans to tell Yuza and Azumi the same thing she told me. And if that leads to anything new, they'd let us know. That bronze mirror definitely was something I owned really long time ago. I never imagined it held power strong enough to suppress a curse, though. But even offering it up didn't really get rid of the curse of the raging waves. Which means there must be some other condition that wasn't met. The real key to ending the curse has to be tied to something, or someone related to Mare. Hopefully Suyu will be able to tell the others more about that. That said, it's possible Unokodono already has the exact same information. Let's try using the mirror. Just a little test. Okay, here it goes. Yeah, it looks like I can use this mirror to search for things behind me. I do a little practice first. Let me try reflecting that Kamishimari flag in the mirror. Once I can see its reflection, I'll take a closer look on the hand mirror. Ah, there you are, Kamishimari. Okay, this works. I can see the Kamishimari flag in the mirror. Maybe using the mirror isn't an important thing, but rather not looking at it directly. Nothing unusual reflecting in the mirror here. Okay, if I can catch the shadow with the mirror before anything happens, then maybe I can find the assassin right as they're about to use the curse. Wait, one problem. If anyone in the island sees me now, it would just cause more panic. I'll have to stay hidden while I move around. I guess for now, I need to do whatever I can. If I can find out that armored shadow again, maybe I can at least deal with that curse. I'll have to try and avoid places with lots of people around, though.
The bay?
This area seems pretty empty. Time to have a look around while I still have the chance. Wait, didn't Suyu say she was meeting Yuza and Azumi here later? I should look around quickly before anyone shows up. Okay, let's take a look around. Maybe I can find that shadow in the mirror. What the? I saw it. It's there. I saw it. As I thought, I can't see anything directly, but it was right there, right by those rocks. Which means the assassin should be nearby. Is there anything out of the ordinary nearby?
Huh. Something weird nearby. Guy there.
Huh? Who's that? Damn it, they took off. Wait. Damn it, I lost them. Well, someone's out of shape has never had a bit. Well, someone as out of shape as me has never had a chance to catch up. I don't really know where they went this way. This is hopeless. I'm completely out of breath. I didn't think this far ahead. What did I think I was going to do if I actually found someone? Anyway, running in the dark isn't always going to get me anywhere. But I see that shadow again, along with someone suspicious nearby. Taking off like the second I saw them was just about the most obviously suspicious thing they could have done. Pretty much confirms that there is an assassin using the curse to attack people on the island, just like the phone caller threatened. But even if that's the case, is there anything I can do to stop it? I mean, I'm not exactly built to fight. I'm pretty sure I'd lose to just about anyone. Can't do this alone. I'll have to find someone to help me. But who can I even ask at a time like this? Wait, hang on. Wasn't Suya supposed to be meeting Yusa and Azumi down by the bay? Oh, please, no. I've got to go back and warn her now. I can't breathe. So out of shape. I'm here. Barely. No. Suyu, wake up. Was I too late? No, this isn't happening. What about Yusa and Azumi? Weren't they supposed to be here? Those upper prints, maybe they ran to get help already? Suyu. No, it's the same route as mine. It's hopeless. She would have died in an instant. There's nothing anyone can do. I'm so sorry. I'll come back though, just to make sure we're properly laid to rest.
After that, Sato returned to the island's inner centre, which had turned into a living nightmare. Countless others had already fallen victim to the curse. Bloodied bodies lay scattered across the ground. People fled in panic, screaming, confused. Some turned on others, shouting wild accusations. Others broke down, wailing in helpless hysteria. Many clung to lifeless loved ones, crying in despair. In the midst of the chaos, not a single person paid Sato any mind. Satoshi Nami wandered through the devastation, overcome with guilt. If only she had done more, maybe this tragedy could have been prevented.
If I had just listened. If I had just done what the damn phone caller had told me, none of this would have happened. This was all my fault. All because I did hope that I could keep on living. This is all wrong. I was never supposed to be here. This is all wrong. This body, my life. Maybe it's better if it all ends. I'll surrender to the assassin right now. If that stops any more people from getting hurt. There's a pool of flesh blood. Someone must have collapsed here too. I have to find the assassin. I need to tell them that I'll surrender before any more lives are lost. Mr. Wamaru, where do you?
Sato, where's Tsukasa? Tell me where Tsukasa Iwawa is right now.
Huh? Tsukasa? Why Tsukasa?
Can't believe I missed it. I figured Unakadono had a couple of secret kids stashed somewhere. But Tsukasa Iwawa, she was the one all along? You all been keeping a secret from the start?
What are you talking about?
I thought that might be the case. Tsukasa's dad is the is the fucking guy. Sukasa's dad is the guy. I don't think she knows that, though. That goddamn assassin's gotta be working for Unokodomo, so it has to be her. Where is she? Gotta get my hands on her and put an end to this mess. Stop wasting time and talk. Probably at Kante Kishito.
If she's hiding, it'll probably be at the Kente Kushito ruins. But I can't tell him that, because at first Tsukasa will be in trouble. I think she's down by the southern bay.
The bay? Got it.
That was close. I gotta find Tsukasa before he does and warn her. No time to waste. Someone's here. What the hell?
Sato, use it just.
Both of you need to get out of here. It's dangerous here. Hurry.
What about Yusa?
There's no time. Just go.
Ooh. That seems like a pretty good cliffhanger to leave it on for tonight. I think that seems like a pretty good cliffhanger to leave everything on for tonight. And then we can start back up again on Tuesday. I want to keep playing, but it is 3 o'clock in the morning. God, that's so good. That's so good. This is like the perfect time to like to finish today, because then next time we'll be starting on figuring out I imagine another bad end, because I don't imagine they're going to give us a good end until like we solve everything. Right, who to raid tonight? Let's raid a new person. Let's raid Cherry Lemonade. They've got a VTuber model that I fucking adore. Their VTuber model is like really cool. So, and they're playing Popular Playtime at the moment. So I'm really excited to see the end of this, like the end of this route next week on Tuesday, because obviously I do D&D on Monday, so we can't do it Monday. And I can't do it on the weekend, and I can't do it tomorrow. God, that's so good. This game is so good. I'm so invested. I'm like so invested. God, Right, anyway. I've been Pigeon Wishes, your resident Pigeon Fae from the UK. Thank you everyone for coming in, and I hope you have a good night. Ta-ra everyone.